Fingers crossed. Does it work? Does it work? Yeah. Still nothing, right? Still disappointed. So let me try one thing. So I'm gonna say continue updating this game or pause the update. What shall I do? Well, in this case, I will likely do it like this, right? Because it's, hey, here it goes, right? So it is 2 minutes after 5 o'clock and here it goes. It's time for Flight Simulator 2024, right? So it starts downloading the stuff. You need to download roughly 12 gigabyte. And as you can see, they're throttling massively because the internet goes up and down. It doesn't have the normal speed which it would normally have, right? Because normally if you would do this, it would be there within a few seconds. At least when I use it normally with the internet speed I have, which is 1 gigabyte, then it should be in, let's say, within less than a few minutes. But let's give it some time. So while we're waiting, right? As you can see, the image was already there, but the weird thing is that they still call it limitless. I do expect that they will change this let's say in a few seconds or maybe in a few hours. And I want to thank you, Delta Swiss. Delta Swiss, welcome to my stream. As promised, indeed, you're here. Also, I hope that you can enjoy Flight Simulator 2024. I know that you're playing via stream, right? So let me know if it's already available on stream. As you can see, my internet, let's say, goes up and down a bit. So it's around 3 gigs out of that 12 gig. So let's see if it is there really, really soon. So let's see what happens now. And just a few, right? It's almost at the half, right? So it's almost there. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Let's see if it goes faster. Let's see if it goes faster. Let's see if it goes smoother. I do expect that they learned a lot from it, right? At least I hope that they learned a lot from it. Because what they had in the past, right, was that they had a lot of issues with its Flight Simulator updates. And that's one of the things which they changed in the architecture, right? So they changed more to the, I would say, cloud end, which likely means Azure because it's built on Microsoft technology. But I would say that also introduces a risk, I can say, right? So, hey, Delta Swiss, you're also installing it. Really great to see. And that what I mentioned, right? It also introduces a risk because if now something goes wrong with the backend, I would say we're more or less likely to be, I would say, screwed because then we likely can't play it at all. But if you compare it with the default Flight Simulator 2020 content, right, or the Flight Simulator 2020 in general, when Xbox Live wasn't available, you are also not able to play this. However, with Flight Simulator 2024, there's more content which is being, I would say, pulled from the cloud, like the aircrafts, some content, right? Like the scenery content is there. It will dynamically load it, which will make sure that you don't have to download those amazing big world updates, which we're, I would say, kind of used to with Flight Simulator 2020. That also, I would say, has a lot of benefits, right? Because the disk space, as you can see, is not too big, right? The default install is 12 gig. And we will have a look in a few seconds on how to cache some things, because there's the rolling cache, which we already knew from Flight Simulator 2020, where you could, let's say, kind of already have all the things cached, right? So that you're less dependent on the internet. But in Flight Simulator 2024, it also looks like that there's an option to download the aircrafts, because normally the aircrafts are also pulled into that cache, but you still have the option to install it locally on your drive, which is, I would say, still an amazing thing, because that at least resolves that you can't play or can't, say, use certain aircrafts if your internet goes down. Now, of course, the question is, will Flight Simulator 2024 really works if internet is down? I, to be honest, doubt. But let's see what it comes up with, right? So now it says a prompt here, which you can't see. It says, hey, I need to install some store dependencies. And here it says, okay, hey, signing in, right? So this is the view of Flight Simulator 2024. And you can see that now on the top of the screen, right, the window itself is also called Flight Simulator 2024. So that's really good. The stream is a few seconds behind, I can see. It's installing a lot slower. Well, that's bad. Then it will give me a prompt for a firewall issue. and it will allow it. And then the famous Asobo Studio logo is being shown, as well as a lot of other logos from a lot of vendors which contributed to Flight Simulator 2024, right? So that Firewall, I would say, pop-up is, I would say, kind of logical, right? Because it needs to pull some content from the internet where you would likely have, I would say, need to provide access to. As soon as the first start has been happening, it will start to download some additional content, such as the language. That was the first part. But now it's also downloading the VFS activating packages. And while I'm talking, you can see that it shows the really cool inside of some large jets, right? Really cool. This was the video which was already shown, I would say, prior to the release of Flight Simulator 2024 to the wider public, right? You can see the mission packs over here with, I would say, you can play, I would say, you can be a doctor, you can fly with this, I would say, nice things like the sky's the limit. By the way, I will switch on the sound for the game, right? Because I switched it off, but I will switch it on for now so that you can also listen a bit for that. So the sound from the simulator is a little bit lower because else you can't hear me speaking and I really need to shout, and I'm already speaking pretty loud, at least that's what I'm thinking. So currently it's activating the packages. So activating the packages, hopefully that will soon continue because it looks like that some content is being validated and also downloaded. So let's see how that works, right? Well, we're looking at this magnificent video, which was also published on the website of Asobo itself, right? It was the intro on their website, which you could see while you were waiting for Flight Simulator 2024 to be released. And that's, again, really, really nice. So 7% of the packages has been activated. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. It will continue, yes, definitely, but it will take a little bit more time. The thing I suspect is that in the background, it will cache some things. And let's say we can confirm that, right, by going to the Explorer window. So I will do that as we speak, because watching this nice video is, of course, pretty cool. But hey, what do we want to know, right? We want to know where that content is stored. What is it actually doing as we speak? I decided not to show the internet speed itself because it's not fair, because I'm also streaming, which also is consuming a lot of bandwidth. So let's have a look at the content itself, right? So let me start the Explorer. And here you can see the Explorer, right? So if I go to my C drive, I will find the Xbox games, and there you will find Limitless. Again, no Flight Simulator folder, but the Limitless folder. And inside that one, you will find content. And if for those who watched my earlier videos, in that case, this folder was completely empty. But do you see what happened now, right? There's a lot of content over here, which is cool. Including the packages folder, which contains all the packages. Likely, if we would go to them all individually, you would see that some content is being stored there now. Because, let's say, yesterday or the day before, there was not much. But here you can see a lot of content is there, including the Flight Simulator tutorials, including the working title ones. During the alpha, there were only 2, but in this case, you can see that working title has working crazy hard to add also a lot of content, right? They added the Boeing 737, the 747, 787, the EPIC 2, the G3X Touch, the G3X Touch 2, G1000, G3000, Garmin, UNS, WT21, and both the version 1 as well as the version 2s. Then here you can see some packages which are really interesting because it's the Microsoft PGG, France, Japan, Nordic, UK, and US. And that's, I would say, pretty interesting content, as well as some tutorials, right? So what can we expect? Well, we can expect IFR, NAV, ILS, IFR, NAV, NDB, right? Instrumental flights, right? Where you are using the systems or the systems inside the aircraft to navigate. That's there. If we scroll, say, make this one a little bit bigger, we can see the speeds, the turns, the VORs, the ILS for landing, the IFR challenges, the climb and descent. Then we've got a lot of boost trips with the boost challenge, the short 2, short landing, short takeoff likely, water landing, water takeoff. A lot of nice things are over here. And we can see also that, I would say, the in-game panels are there, right? But they were there already as part of the preview. Now, if you would look at the local app data folder, you would likely see that there will also be a nice directory over here. If we go to the correct directory, right, because it's a packages folder. So go to the packages, and there you will see the Microsoft.limitless, which is the directory which Flight Simulator 2024 is using. Now we've got a lot of interesting things like the local state, but also the local cache, where you can see the rolling cache, which is already there. You can see the Flight Simulator 2024 config file, the packages, the PC, and the scenery indexes. So if we go to the packages, we see that there are 4 folders, or 3 folders in this case. Really cool. I didn't expect this. So the first one is, of course, your community folder. Currently it's empty, but hey, you can populate it with the content which you bought outside of the marketplace. For the content which is bought from within the marketplace, it will likely be stored in the one store directory, but then likely in the official 2024 directory. In this 2020 directory, there's not much. In this directory, there's also not much. And I do think that again has been or is related to the caching functionality which they announced. If we go to the config file, is there already something in? Let me try to open it, right? Open it with, and then say notepad just once. There's nothing in it yet because it likely, I would say, writes that file once Flight Simulator has, would say, fully started. So going back to the other directories, right? AC, not much in it. We've got the settings directory where you can find some settings which are, say, unreadable because there's a lock on it. And then there's system apps and a temp state and a lot of other cool things. So enough discussed about that folder, right? What is in that other folder? Well, in that other folder, there's the rest of the content, right? It's the binaries of the Flight Simulator itself. So we go to that. We can see DirectX number 12. We can see the multiple languages, the fonts, the install utilities. We can also see that some additional languages are supported. And here we also see the packages directory, which we already went to. But this is a different packages directory compared to the packages directory which we just reviewed. And a lot of other cool things are there, right? Dummy files, the launch, of course, the executables, the logos. Nice things. So switching back to this view, right? So 10% of the VFS activating packages. Let's say I'm not sure how long this takes. I would say during the alpha release of Flight Simulator 2020, I would say starting Flight Simulator was much faster compared to what we see now. But again, I do think that this has to do with the large server pressure which is on their backend, where everybody starts playing Flight Simulator, right? You can play it on your, let's say, PC, you could play it on your Xbox, you can play it via Steam if you have it, right? So all kind of cool things. So looking at, I would say, the number of things, right? So where do we go to? So in this case, we're flying to the nice point of interest. So point of interest, which are really cool, right? So there are several ones and you can visit them using multiple, let's say, aircraft, right? You can either use helicopters, you can use jets, you can use, let's say, the hot air balloons. And hot air balloons, I'm really looking forward to that, flying with those. And I would say also with some special aircraft. One of the things which I found pretty interesting is that some of the aircraft were previously payware, right? So you needed to pay for it. When they now have been converted to be part of Flight Simulator 2024. So that's really cool. The Red Bull pack, as we can currently see, I did understand that we need to wait a little bit longer for that because Red Bull wants to sign it off. That's to do with, I would say, their pilots wanting to do some testing before giving the go-ahead to Asobo and Microsoft to say, hey, go ahead, play with the Red Bull Air races. But that one is also pretty cool, which I'm looking forward to. So where are we looking, right? So we've got 42 viewers currently. So welcome to my stream, my live stream. Likely you're also waiting for Flight Simulator 2024 to be launched eventually. So again, welcome. Hope you like watching this one. So here we can see some other parts, right? We can see the, let's say, the jets. We can see the helicopters which we're using. And unfortunately, let's say the activating of the packages goes really, really slow. And really slow, I really mean really slow. I hope that, I would say, in the future, that once people need to reinstall Flight Simulator or might decide to switch to a different machine, that it goes much faster, because this would say, let's say, nerve-breaking, right? Everybody wants to play this. Everybody wants to play this. Come on, Asobo, speed up your servers because we want to play this game. So while we're, say, waiting, if you've got any questions or any topic which you would like to discuss, then feel free to drop it in the chat window, right? I don't see a lot of activity in the chat window yet. Could be because you're just listening or you're just watching. But if you want, you can drop your questions there. Let's have a look at it. If you've got any questions, then let's see that. You can see Delta Swiss is still there. So Delta Swiss, so what's your installing speed? Is it already completed, or is it also in the same stage where my flight simulator is? Just watching the screen, just watching the chat. Let's see how that goes, right? So how that goes. VFR packages. So should we look at what it's doing, right? We can look at the, I would say, network statistics. But to be honest, I don't think that a lot is happening. I think it's simply backend processing where we need to wait for until it has been completed. Well, of course, we can always watch, right? So let's open a task manager for that. And then inside the task manager, we likely want to watch at the network speed. And there we can see that the most thing is being done by OBS, which is the, I would say, solution I'm using to broadcast this. And you do see that there's not a lot of activity, right? There's some activity, some disk activity, some CPU activity, but the network speed is, I would say, pretty low. So there is something happening, but unfortunately we can't see what is happening. So let's hope that they will, I'd say, speed up the servers. Come on, switch on some extra Azure backends and then speed up this downloading speed. Because everybody wants to play this and nobody wants to watch this, I would say, continuous demo of the intro about the capabilities. No, we want to try it ourselves. To be honest, I do expect that this will take some time. And the reason I'm saying that is that I would say, looking at the speed, looking at the small progress bar, which I would say is increasing, I would say really, really, really slow. I do think that this might take, well, maybe even another hour or something. So let's hope that it will, let's say, speed up at one point. In the meantime, right, so can we check what has changed? Well, let's see, right, because we're waiting, we don't want to watch the screen anymore. Let's see if we go to the, say, where is it? Let's go to the Explorer window. Here we go. We can go to that one, and then what we can do, of course, is we can do a magic trick, which will likely not, or be pretty hard to see, okay, what's happening, and then show the properties. And then currently this folder, I would say, hasn't increased that much, right? It's 13 gigs, but that's including the old installers. So if I want to do it correctly, I need to do it like this. And there you will likely see it's 11.8. So nothing has increased in size compared to, I would say, what we saw earlier. Now, if we go to the other folder, which is the local lab data folder, and I can see more people are joining. So thank you for joining this live stream. Probably we're all in the same boat. We're waiting for Flight Simulator 2024 to pause its, I would say, first initial boot, which is not going, I would say, as fast as everybody has hoped for. Let's see this one. Its size on disk is, I would say, so there's, say, 84 megabytes. Size on disk is 16. Pretty interesting. But this directory, which will likely be populated, and especially I'm looking forward for the packages. I'm continuously monitoring this, but as you can see, there's not much in it yet. Likely that will happen pretty soonish. So again, going back to the video Flight Simulator, it's a 12%. Wow, we made a few percent increase. Good to see, but of course bad to see that it hasn't completed yet, because we want to play this game. So what else can we tell about Flight Simulator 2024? As you can see, you've got several missions, right? Those missions, you need to earn them. You need to get some certifications for it before you can really start them. And then there are the picture, I would say those photogrammetry missions where you can make pictures and you need to be, I would say, in specific locations, and then you can make really nice pictures. For example, the sun going down, the sun coming up, and then I would say across multiple parts of the world. That's something I already, I'd say, post a video out in my channel, right? Because I was part of that alpha, I would say, testing a few weeks back. It was a very short alpha testing because it was announced on, let's say, I think it was Thursday. And then during the weekend, there was already the ability to test it. That was, to say, nice, but I would say I was hoping that I would get some more time because I did a very busy weekend that weekend. which kind of limited me in, I would say, testing this new functionality. So if you can see, there are also multiple airliners, right? You can see United, you can see Air France KLM, which makes me proud because I'm a Dutchman, right? So KLM is, I would say, originally Dutch, right? They now have been, I would say, collaborating a little bit more with the people from France. So also welcome if you're coming from France. I do expect that you're also loving this and would like to fly with these aircrafts. But again, back to this mission pack, right? So you need to start with a default standard mission pack, and then you can evolve your, I would say, experience by earning more points. And then eventually you can even start your own, I would say, company. And there are some things which you need to keep in mind because compared to, let's say, Flight Simulator 2020, where you could be a little bit wild with those aircrafts, I did understand and also experienced it a little bit in the alpha release that you really need to be cautious with these aircrafts because their damage model has improved massively, which of course makes it more realistic, but in some cases also makes it more harder, right? So if you will land pretty hard on the runway, then it could be that you're damaging something, while the screen just flips to 13%, right? So we're making some progress, not too much, unfortunately, but hey, let's see. Checking the chat, is there anything going on? No, nothing. So if you have a question or if you want me to look at something, then feel free to post any messages, right? If you want to say hello, say where you're from, please go ahead and post it in the chat window. I see Larry. Welcome, Larry, to this channel. Hope you like it. Probably you're also waiting for Flight Simulator 2022 or 2024 to be installed. Wondering how fast it goes at your end. Are you already passing that 13% of VFR activating packages, or you're in the same stage as I am currently in? Just waiting and monitoring the chat for some additional chat. So we got some people watching, some people probably also waiting for Flight Simulator 2024 to be, I would say, ready so that they can really start flying using this new simulator, which was released, well, almost 24 minutes ago. A little bit later, I think. It was maybe 2 minutes after 5 o'clock. So a few things to discuss, right, while we're waiting. Welcome from PA. Okay. Welcome, Larry. Pennsylvania, United States. I was expecting that. So good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Let me know how fast it goes on your end with downloading. Because you're also, maybe, I would say, the server is at 10%. Okay, you're a little bit behind. But don't give up the mood. It will, I say, eventually it will complete. I would love to have a picture of a live stream of the people who are now, say, at the Asobo and Microsoft end, right? I would say keeping an eye on their systems to see how their systems are holding it, etc. So that would be, I would say, really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. This is also probably the nerdiest thing I've done, Larry. But I'm also proud of it because I'm really looking forward for it. I'm already playing Flight Simulator 2020 for a very long time. I've been away for a while between 2020 and the previous versions, but I still remember playing the very old flight simulators. At very old machines, I think it was, I would say it was around, let's say, more likely it was on a very old machine where it didn't look as great as it currently does, right? If we would, let's say, look at the evolution of Flight Simulator, let's say it has made a few huge steps, especially if you're looking at how they changed it. Again, 2024 compared to 2020, right? That whole new mode, that career mode, which is now there, which will hopefully attract more people to start playing Flight Simulator, which is really cool. So Jason Sharma, did you buy the Aviator version? No, I didn't buy it. And the reason for that is that I already had a lot of those aircrafts, which I would say which are part of the Aviator version. So that's why I decided not to buy it. Just asking out, Jason Sharma, did you buy the Aviator version and did you receive it in time? Because there were some shipping issues, right? So let me know if I did chat if you received it or not. I went for, let's say, between brackets, the most expensive version after, I would say, or before the Aviator version, right? So I should have, let's say, most aircrafts. But unfortunately, I don't have all the aircrafts which were there or which are part of the Aviator version. But as I mentioned, I didn't go for that one because I thought that I bought the most interesting aircrafts already, which were released for Flight Simulator 2020. I can also see Overspeed. Hello, Overspeed. Welcome. So how far is your installation or activation process going? Did it already pass the 15% or you're at an earlier stage? Let's see how that goes. So, well, we're still waiting, right? Let's see. Where do you want to log in? We will try to follow. 6%. Ah, Larry bought the aviator version. And Larry, did you receive the box already or not? So 6%. 6%, 6%. Let's see, right? So let's keep the communication going, right? So 15% currently at my stage, the VFR activating packages. Likely it will continue a little bit, I would say, faster in a few minutes, hopefully. But I do think, to be honest, I would say, almost pretty sure that this is really the backend, which is now, let's say, being hammered massively. So maybe if Asobo and Microsoft are watching this, right, post a video about the control room which is monitoring this, because I'm really wanting to see those faces, and maybe a lot of sweat is on their forehead, right, to see, okay, hey, how can we fix this? How can we, say, make sure that everybody can use it? In the meantime, I say, yeah, more so for the airports than the aircrafts. Okay, really cool to see, Larry, that you bought it. So while watching at the screen, right, we can see, let's say, the airliners again. So the airliners again, having, let's say, a lot of nice things. Makes it more realistic, right? There are already covers on the engines, but also the pre-checks which you need to do prior to going airborne. I did experience it with the Cessna. I know it's not a jet or an airline aircraft, but I experienced it with the Cessna where I didn't remove the blocks for the wheels. And if you forgot to do that, well, then you're screwed, because then you need to go outside the aircraft again, remove them, and then go on. Oh, it's okay. You bought it on the Xbox side. Okay. I thought that the aviator version was that one where you receive a really special box if you bought it at, I would say, what was it? Aerosoft, right? Where they had a massive delay. But let me know. Okay, pretty cool. So while we're waiting, right, let's jump to the different versions, because we have seen this video already a few times. So if you're coming from Flight Simulator 2020, there are some other things which are also there, right? So first of all, you've got the normal Flight Simulator, then you've got the deluxe version, and you've got the premium deluxe version, and then you've got the aviator version. And the aviation version is the one Larry bought. I decided to go for the premium deluxe, which contains a lot of content, right? You can watch it over here. You can see the descriptions, what's included, and then there's a little bit of read more. But say, to be fair, if you're coming from Flight Simulator 2020, you also get some nice stuff. And that's something which I would say Asobo has mentioned, but was not very clear. So if you go to the store, you will see some interesting things happening. If you go to the store and then check on the library, that will load all the content which you acquired, right? So which simply means, hey, you paid some money for it, or you used the code to redeem it. And there you will see some other things happening, which are not there on the, I would say, in the Xbox app. And say prior to that, I would say prior to the release of Flight Simulator 2024, there were 2 additional items. But those 2 items have now disappeared, which I'm really, I would say, thinking, okay, though I hope that they didn't remove it. But prior to, say, the launch of Flight Simulator 2024, there were 2 additional items here, which made me think, hey, this is because I already have Flight Simulator 2020 Premium Deluxe, because you will get those items also based on what I understood. So I'm still, would say, waiting for that to pop up. But hey, of course, I can probably only see it once that Flight Simulator 2024 has been launched. I can see Delta Swiss. By the way, on the stream, I received a DLC called Limitless pre-order bonus. I do think that refers to this nice aircraft, right? Let me show it. So if we go to the Flight Simulator website, if you bought it in advance, there was that special release, which they now removed. So that's bad, because I thought it was here. But there was a pre-release present which you would receive if you bought it in time. So let's go to the website, and let's go to the Let's see if it was there. Come on, come on. Load more. What was it? It was a special aircraft which you would get if you bought it earlier. It was not the 707. It was this one, the de Havilland Canada CL415. So Delta Swiss, I do think that that might be the version which you received. This one is really cool. So let's click on the window and let's see. That's this one, right? So you will get this one if you ordered it, right? It's now available as pre-order on Steam. So if you bought it there, then you will get it. And then once Flight Simulator is started, you can start using this one. I do suspect that you could already use this one in Flight Simulator 2020, to be honest, because I already had it. I thought it, okay, it's nice, but hey, did I buy it specifically before that for this? Well, no, definitely not, right? So let's see. Then another thing which is interesting, there's also, this I would say is new, right? So while we're waiting, we can also see that they released a flight planning and charts app in Flight Simulator 2024 on the website. This is something I didn't do, but I figured out now, right? So let's sign in with the Xbox. While waiting, I can say it's, I'm already signed in, right? So I need to accept some stuff. It's all in Dutch, but believe me, it's accessing the profile. And based on this, you can, let's say, plan your flight. Hey, this is pretty cool because I didn't know this. So if we look at this, right, while we're waiting, let's see how far it is. It's at 16%, right? So we still need to wait. So in that case, let's go to the Flight Planner tool. So the Flight Planner tool has a lot of cool things. So first of all, you can select all these nice aircrafts which you're using. And if you look at it, right, you can see the 737 MAX, the A5, the Airbuses, the Boeing 747, as well as other things like the Cap C10, the DC-3, the Midnight, and then all the other things. So I think these are the default aircrafts which are included. And what you can see is that you can, I would say, kind of, let's say, change the options over here. And then you can fly, for example, hey, it's Airbus Beluga XL. So if you select it, then you get a menu here, which you would likely can be used to, say, choose the variant of the aircraft. But if you want to know more information, you can press the E from India, which will show some information. Unfortunately, not all the information has been populated, but likely that will, let's say, happen soonish. So for this one, I'm going to select the Cessna to see if it's similar, right? You can see the similar things. You can see some information about the aircraft and other cool things. Now, next step is, of course, you can define your flight. And for those who are using Navigraph, let's say this could be a pretty challenging one for them because, hey, this contains already a lot of cool stuff, right? So I can define the origin. There's where I can find or search for airports. So I'm going to push in some numbers, right? I'm going to go from Rotterdam, The Hague Airport, VFR is green. If I press the E from India, a separate window will open, which will show you a lot of information. For example, the longest runway, the transition altitude, the elevation, the magnetic variation, the current weather, then the meteor information. But you can also select the weather details, and that will give you some more nicer views if you're not familiar with this view, which is shown here, right? Because this can be a little bit cryptic. Keep in mind that there are some websites which will help you, I would say, kind of, between brackets, convert this to a usable format. Then runway 24, but we can also look at all the runways, and then you will get this information. So runways will show you, say, the heading at 2 knots, right? That's likely the wind speed. This is the heading of the runway, then the designation, the surface type, the true bearing, the slope if it's applicable, and the elevation. And the same thing is for that other runway, right? Here you can see the wind again. It's a varied wind. So it's really cool. So going back to the general section. In the general section, we can find more information, such as the frequencies which we can use, right? So you can also copy it to the clipboard, which will make it easier. And there you set the different things, right? You can see the app dependent or approach and dependency. You can see the tower, the ground, and the ATIS information. And if we're wanting to use this aircraft, we can press the add route. But first, let's look at the charts. The charts will show a lot of things, right? So the charts will show you, for example, the standard instrumental departures. That's where SID stands for. And then you can select either the runway which you want to use, or you can add it to your pin chart, which will make it easily accessible via this menu on the left. or you can preview the chart. So if you click on preview the chart, we can find that information. Hopefully that's loading a little bit faster. Yeah, here it is. So we can see the Netherlands, Rotterdam, RNAVs, SIDs, runway 24, and then it will show us the information about how we should approach the specific runway, or in this case, depart from a specific runway. And then, of course, which other, I would say, directions you can fly to. So hiding it again. Same thing is for the arrival and for the approach, right? Where you can see the approaches, you can filter on the runway. You can't filter on, I would say, the type, right? So you need to have a look at it yourself. For example, you need to look at, okay, I'm going to use ILS, for example. Well, let's select it. That will show this information, right? Including the steps, the approach altitude, etc. More information about that. How to approach the runway using multiple directions. So pretty cool. I would say Navigraph should be worried, I think. But that's my own opinion. Then we've got the airport, which shows you the airport facilities. You can open it, which shows you, for example, this, or like this. It gets you some detailed information about the airport itself. Also, there's a ground chart, which is also very useful, because I would say taxiing is, what I heard, is sometimes harder than flying the aircraft itself. But let's see how it is, right? So I see Delta Swiss also, I would say, responded, right? There should be something on the mobile. Likely you can also use this one on your mobile device, right? I'm not sure about that, but let's see. And then we've got the MISC, which shows you the minimum radar vectoring chart, etc. Procedures. If you click on that one, it will start loading the procedures, right? So, well, this one is there. Let's close it. Now the question is, how fast is this? It looks like that this one is faster than, I would say, going with Flight Simulator. Let's see how far this one is. Oh, hey, it's there, it's there. Ah, cool, cool. But let's first finish this one. So you can, I would say, go to loading procedures. That will show you some information about the procedures, and then of course the weather. So for now, what we will do, we will skip to Flight Simulator 2024, right? Because I do think that everybody wants to know how that looks like. So let's do that. So you can see that, I would say in this case, it's set to Dutch. So likely that's one of the things I want to change first. So I go to, go to the language, and then I'm going to say, no, I don't want to be, I'd say, I want to be it in US. And then click on confirm. I can also set the language spoken to US, confirm. But of course, it's up to you how you want to change this. Based on this, you can also change the adjusted language. You can change the subtitles if they're on or off, and you can change the units of measurement. Once you've done that, right, you can go to the other menus like, okay, hey, we've detected these controls. And that's kind of interesting because I also have my Velocity 1 joystick detected. So let's keep our fingers crossed that it will work. Then we got the graphical details. I will translate it for you. So in this case, I've got the ultra settings, which is fine. If you want to change things, you can still do that, right? You can go to the customization, which will bring you to this one, and then you can change this. So for now, I changed it to this specific resolution just because of the stream. But normally I would put this one, let's say, to the maximum resolution in my simulator, which is a lot higher. Of course, you can still do that, right? By, say, changing the render scaling. But the render scaling currently set to this resolution. And this, I would say, is kind of the same as we already saw with Flight Simulator 2020. Then we've got the other settings, like the dynamic settings, where you can define the frame rate target. Well, if you want to be higher than 30, you're free to do that. And then we've got all the other things which are set to ultra, some exceptions which are set to high, but that's, for now, it's fine for me for first try. So I'm gonna hit enter, and then you can see, well, let's see then if it changes, right? So here it is. Okay, so the next step is you're going to customize the settings. So you can accept the default settings, or you can say all assist. You want to learn the ropes with visual and piloting assistance. I'm going to say, okay, hey, I want to customize it. And based on this, these are the assistance menus, right? So the assistant menus, that can be used to say, kind of say, what do you want help with? So in my case, I really want to go to all of them. This is the default assist. This is the all assist. So I'm going to go for the default assist, which will switch it on for the helicopters and for the gyro drift. And if we look at the visual assistance, then you have the active waypoint marker, the flight path, the taxi ribbon, and the piloting and controls notifications. So I'm going to leave them for now on, but likely we're going to switch them off in the future, in a real near future. You can, I would say, switch on unlimited view, but hey, let's don't do that. And you can change the jet effects, right? The jet pilot is the default one. And then that pilot can, I would say, handle a little bit more, I'd say, G power or G effect than, I would say, a jet pilot. And that will, I say, make people, I say, black out, right? So you can set to civil aviation pilot or the jet pilot. And then the rest we will leave them on. ATC, right? Adjust whether you want to the AI copilot to manage the communications. Well, that's something I like. And I also want the ATC to enforce the flight plan. Well, we can do that, but in this case, we can also, let's say, disable it and let the ATC decide what we want to do. So we set it to custom, then press finish the setup, and then we're going to customize the identity. So customizing the identity is something where you can customize yourself, right? You can, I would say, either use one of the presets, as you can see, and there are a lot of presets using multiple options, and then you can go to the appearance. And the appearance you can change yourself, right? So you can, for example, change your face. Well, hard to select, right? Well, on a live stream, sorry. But let's do it like, what should we do? What should we do? Let's go for this one. This looks cool, right? As a face which is completely hidden. Let's switch to this one. This one looks good. It looks like that some faces have some issues. So let's select this one. Then you, of course, can change the body, right? Or you're a little bit smaller than this one. So this, you can change the hair. The hair are multiple options. Or you can be bold like this. Yeah, you can change the voice. And this is where the voice part comes in. So I will say, shut up a little bit. And then we'll increase the volume of the game a bit.
Aviate, navigate.
Visual on runway, prepare for landing.
Aviate, navigate, communicate. It's just the basics.
So these were just a few languages. I'm gonna select this one, fine for me. Then we've got the apparel, right? If you want to wear headwear or not, then you can select multiple helmets, as you can see, or use this. Legacy or more modern. You can change the eyewear, where you can select the sunglasses, the tops, where you can select the clothes, legwear, footwear, and of course the uniforms. For now, I'm happy with this. Keep in mind that you can simply change this, which goes really good. So in the meantime, yes, Delta Swiss. It completed already. So I'm busy with the setup itself, right? So now you're done, right? It says, hey, okay, thank you. Then it says, okay, hey, the Flight Simulator 2020 market content has been purchased previously, is coming soon. So that's what I mentioned, right? So keep in mind that some of the content might not be ready. You can see that the marketplace is there. And if you would click on it, it will show you several items. But here it also says coming soon. So although I'd say Flight Simulator 2024 is there, you can't use the marketplace yet. So let's go back and then let's go to the different menus. First of all, you see a warning here. It says transfer complete. Well, that's nice, but I can't access it. So not, I would say, a lot of fun for me. So let's first go to that, I would say, activities menu, right? Because everybody's watching for that activities menu. So here are the activities. There's the flight training, the rally race, the low altitude. Then we've got the landing challenges, the Red Bull Air Race, which is locked, the National Champions Race, which is locked, the Discovery flights, and then we've got the custom content. The custom content, just as with Flight Simulator 2020, will likely contain some content which is, let's say, made available by third parties. So we shouldn't expect a lot of content there. If we go to the Discovery, we can see that they focused on specific parts of the world, right? Central Java, St. Lucia, St. Martin, Tahiti, West Maui, San Juan, Mauna Kea, and Kiribati. That's over there, right? So those are the Discovery flights which we can try. Then if we focus on the landing challenges, we can see that there are multiple ones. So in this case, Gregorio Luperon and Nadi, those are the ones in the famous section. Then if we go to the epic section, we've got Buzelmin, Caius, and North Ilufreya. And if we go to the strong wind, we see Palmyra Cooper. So not too much content, to be honest, which is, I would say, kind of disappointing. Maybe I'm missing something, but hey, it's kind of disappointing that there are not a lot of items there. If we go to the low altitude, that's the activities which you can fly, right? You can see it's still loading, so let's keep our fingers crossed that it's still, say, coming up. Come on. You can see that the servers are really hammered, right? Because this is, I would say, taking crazy amount of time. But let's see. Let's see if it finishes. So let's go back and try again, right? So low altitude. And else we will try it a little bit later in the stream because it could be that its servers are really hammered. Yeah, so let's try it a little bit later, right? So flight training. And this is where you can do your flight training, like the basic handling, the takeoff and landing, the VFR, the IFR, the helicopters, which is new section, the bush pilot, the gliding course, the FA-18, and then the introduction to airliners. This is, as far as I understood, different compared to the, let's say, career mode, right? Which you also have, but that's not something which you which we can have a look at in a few minutes. Then we've got a challenge league, and the challenge league is really where you can, I would say, do some challenges, right? So here you can see the challenge league. It ends within 5 days, and then you can fly your challenge, right? So you can hit this one and then fly your challenges. But we're gonna look at that a little bit later because I first want to give you an overview. And then we've got the career mode, right? The career mode, you can fly using multiple missions. You can start with flying, let's say, on a specific area, and then start, let's say, getting your first pilot licenses, and then, let's say, continue with the rest, right? And then specialize in specific, for example, search and rescue, or maybe something else. And then it will show you, okay, how to land on, say, platforms. For now, we'll hit escape, and then it will say, okay, hey, then you need to select the location where you want to start, right? So I want to start at Rotterdam The Hague Airport, so I'm gonna select it here. You could see that they made some translation errors because not everything has been translated. And that's where you can select, okay, hey, where do you want to start, right? So I want to start here, so I'm gonna select this location. And then it will start to zoom in really slowly, really cool. Let's see how this goes. In the alpha release, this went really smooth where it zoomed in almost directly when selecting this. You can see that, again, the servers are likely very hammered because this takes longer than normally it should take. Because in the alpha release, it was just clicking and then it directly zoomed in to the map and then you could start playing. This effect, that's what I refer to. Really cool. This Rotterdam The Hague Airport, right, on the 19th of November 2024. I can select the airport, say choose airport, and then it will start loading the stuff. So this is the first thing which we're going to try, right? We're going to try that, I would say, career mode. But before doing that, I want to make sure that my joystick has been set up correctly, right? Because else it will be flying with the, what is it? With the keyboard, which will likely not be a lot of fun. And if you're watching the stream, no, you're not looking at the black screen. You're looking at, say, Flight Simulator loading. Because as we all, I would say, not expected, but something which we were all afraid for, it did take a little bit longer, say, to load. Can you fly? Any chance can you fly around? Yeah, of course, Chris. I will put it on my list to do that. So I will keep that in mind. Oh, now we removed the message. So let's keep an eye. Chris, I saw your message and I will likely try it. Or maybe Flight Simulator has just completed its install and you can try it out yourself. I'm not sure at which stage you are. But let's see. So while we're looking at the black screen because it's loading stuff, let's, would say, discuss some other things, right? So one thing which you could see is that I would say, although they say it's loading faster, you can see that currently it does not really load faster, to be honest. Just picking out another controller just in case. So the reason I'm picking out another controller is my Xbox controller, because that will likely work better, right? While we're waiting for this one to complete, let's say dive a little bit deeper back into that planet tool, because I don't want to say look at a black screen, right? So here we've got the planet tool, and as you could already see, I'd say that's where I would say you can add your flight plan, right? So in my case, if I want to fly from Rotterdam The Hague Airport, I can simply add it. So I can go to the route, then I can select this menu and then add it over here and then say, okay, hey, edit. And then I was probably logged out. Here we go again. Route. It also looks like the flight planner, I say, I'm not sure what's happening, but it looks like it didn't completely work yet. So I can accept it again. Click on the route and then say, hey, I want to depart from this one. Maybe I should wait. Maybe I must say a little bit to say too impatient. But to be honest, I don't think that I'm impatient. I think something is really broken in this case. If that's the case, let's try it another way, right? So let's zoom into the map. So because one of the things which you could see, of course, if you zoom into the map, you see more details. And that's pretty smart. On the left side or right side, sorry, you can enable those options. So you can enable, for example, the multiple layers like IFR high, low, and VFR. You can, I say, show the airports. You can show the meter conditions, which by default off. You can select which nav aids you want to enable, right? The airways, the VORs, the NDBs, DMEs, localizers. You can switch on the waypoints if you want it. You can switch on the airspaces. Restricted areas, of course. And then the measurements. The cloud coverage, the perception in the wind barbs, as well as the, I would say, other things like the cities or build-up areas, highways, roads, and other things. Likely, the more you will enable, the slower it will get. So for now, I'm gonna leave it as is. Let's go into cables, right? So let's zoom into this one, and then let's see if we can add it via another way. So this is cables, and if you click on it, you will get all the information. So we'll simply say add as departure. It looks like that now it did a little bit more, right? So it says kneeboard 6, which means that it has added all the maps which are relevant to the specific airport. It has added it to my kneeboard, which is really useful, I would say. And if we go to the route, you can see that KBOS has been added here, right? Which is cool. Then I'm going to zoom out because I want to fly to a certain destination, right? Any preferences, put it in my chat window. Then I will select, so we'll give you a few minutes time. And then we will select where we're going to fly to. This again is flight planning. And the reason for this is that it's a flight simulator still loading. Although I think it's almost there. So let's check in a few seconds. I don't see any people responding. Could be that everybody is now having access to Flight Simulator 2024 and is, I would say, watching it themselves, right? So let's go to, in this case, we'll select Kilo Echo Whiskey Bravo, which is new Bedford Regional Airport, and then say edit as a destination. And then you can see it calculated the route. So if we now go back to the route, we can see it has defined the route over here. We can click auto route. That will ensure that the route is being set with multiple navigation points over here. And then you can, of course, would say add alternates also if you want. And then look at the other things like the flight details, right? So flight details, you can provide your registration, your airline ID. If you're private or if you're flying with one of the larger airlines, you can define your flight number, your call design, your off-block time, the navcom. And then, of course, a lot of important things like the view, right? So let's select the, what is it? What shall we select? In this case, the, select the jets and then select the Cessna and then say, okay, hey, I want to select this one and then select view. And there you can see, okay, hey, this is the view, which you can then define using this planner tool. Likely, I would say in the near future, we're going to do a full video about this planner tool because you can see there's so much which you can configure here. I can say randomize load, right, which randomize the load. It randomizes the block view, but also the pilot or the cargo as well as the passengers. And then likely we need to change some things here, right? So there's, let's say there's nice information over here, which says, okay, hey, what do you need to put in? So that's good. And then you can go to the briefing, which is the OFP, which describes the full plan. But enough talk, let's switch back to Flight Simulator 2024 and let's see if we can do something. Because I only see this, I'm not sure if I'm the only one staying stuck in this, I would say, screen. But it looks like it's still loading some stuff. It also looks like some content is missing because here's, I would say, some kind of window decoration, but I don't see a lot here. So let's hope that it will load. Else I need to start from scratch. And that's of course something I don't want to do. Because I don't want to say start from scratch because then I need to go to the full process. Here's 2 buttons, right, which are unselectable, which is a little bit of pity, right? So I can't really select these items yet. But let's have a look at it. So can we go back in that case? No, we also can't go back. So that's a same nightmare. So what can we do to fix it? Well, we can either, I would say, breath for a very long time, or we can simply quit Flight Simulator using the hard way and then, I would say, try from scratch, because it looks like that at one point it might load, but at another point it might not load. So I'm going to close it, probably not start it from scratch. And now let's keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't need to load everything from scratch again. Because if that happens, well, we know how long it took the first time. Let's hope that it doesn't happen now, right? So likely again, the servers are really hammered now by everyone. But let's keep our fingers crossed. So in this case, loading, logos again. In the meantime, it says, okay, do you want me to connect to the IPs? Yes, of course I want it. You already asked it. So I'm a little bit afraid that I need to start from scratch again. That's a really pity, right? So don't do the thing which I just did because I start from scratch because it simply hang. And now it needs to load several things. So I hope that they really fix this issue because this really would say they said, okay, hey, Flight Simulator 2024 will load much faster compared to 2020. Well, currently what I'm seeing is definitely not loading faster. It's loading, I'd say it takes so much longer than I would say it previously was. So let's keep the fingers crossed that it will say go to this step pretty quick. And then it doesn't need to enable all those additional packages. Because if it needs to go to that step again, then I'm really starting to get worried. Because I would say that would be, I would say, a massive impact on everybody playing Flight Simulator 2024. And that's likely not what we want to have, right? So let me know in the chat box if somebody has already successfully, I would say, started some of the missions. Let me know in the chat box. I'm monitoring it as we speak because I'm still waiting for it to complete the loading of the language. So here we can see the dangerous things of, I'd say, loading it. Yes, Steve Levesque. I'm high in the flight sim skies live. Correct. I'm looking at this as we speak. So I'm looking at this. I'm really wondering how this is. So Steve, have you been successfully able to start the simulator yet? Let me know via the chat in the chat window. While we're talking, right? I'm gonna get myself a drink because as you can hear, my throat is a little bit, I would say, acting weird. So, loading the language. So, who successfully already started flight? Just hands up, right? Let me know via the chat. Who successfully already started the flight? Because I can see that the number of viewers, I would say active viewers, goes up and down continuously. So I do suspect that some people are able to fly or to start flying successfully, while other ones might be still in this log where it starts loading the language and then starts to activate the packages. Right, this is really, I would say, the downside of the cloud, I would say. But maybe, let's say, this though, let's say only the first day. Maybe if you try tomorrow, it will go so much faster than now. But let's see, right? We don't know. As you can see, currently it's, let's say, loading the languages. So while we're waiting on this, right, let's continue with the planning tool. It's a little bit messy stream, right? Because I hope that I would already be in Flight Simulator. As you can see, currently the flight has been planned, right? Which is really cool. And then you can say start flying there, right? The other things which you of course can do is you can go into the routes and then define the arrivals and the approaches. Either you select auto select or you can define them by clicking the add option. If you click the add option, you will get the multiple runways which are there, and then you will get the procedures. So let's assume that we want to arrive on runway 5, and then we want to fly using the procedure Whiskey India Papa Oscar Romeo 3, and then transition using Alabama. Well, that does make sense, as you can see, because then we're coming from the other side of the US. Does make sense. So we're gonna say direct, and that's there, right? So then the flight is there. But for the departure, likely you can also define certain things. So you need to scroll to the top, and then you can edit departure. So you can either edit manually, and then you can select both instrumental or visual. And then quickly looking at Flight Simulator itself. It's still really made some progress. Hard to say. No, still loading languages. So switching back again. Or you can fly visual. And then you can do the left, right, straight out, left 45, right 45, or overhead. But for IVAR, you can select this. The cool thing about this is that if you were, let's say, wanting to select the departure, you can select from here, and then you can simply press select. Now, if you are, let's say, kind of uncomfortable with doing this, they can also use the auto select option. And the auto select option, what it does, it will, well, as the name already says, it will do it automatically. So in this case, we're departing from K-Bus, right? And then we're going to make, I would say, looking from the runway side, we're going to make a right turn and then fly over the ocean or fly over some sea. And then we're going to, let's say, fly for 15 nautical miles in this direction, then 9 nautical miles in this direction, etc. So that's how you can use this nice overview. The good thing is that you can start from scratch, you can open it, and you can also download the flight plan. So if you download it, it will give you, say, the ability to write it with a name, and then you can also share it, right? So if I create a fantastic plan, then I can also share it with the rest of the world by adding that, right? So I can say, okay, in this case, K-Boss to Kilo is, and then I can say save new plan, because it looks like that this link hasn't been activated. I'm not sure if that will happen at a later stage. It says flight plan saved, and now I can share it, right? So first you need to save it, and after that you can share it. So I'm going to copy the link, and I can copy the link, and then I can likely post it in the chat window, so you can also try it. I will not do it for now, but that's really cool. In the meantime, we already made some progress, right? So let's have a look. Still loading languages, so still nightmare, right? So still nightmare. I shouldn't have restarted Flight Simulator, right? The best idea I did. So if you're watching the stream and just joined, what you shouldn't do is, if Flight Simulator is stuck, like in my case when I want to start the career mode, don't quit Flight Simulator, because then you're screwed, because it needs to start from scratch again. And as you can see, right, we're, let's say, almost 1 hour further than we were initially, right? 1 hour and 3 minutes, we're already live streaming. So Flight Simulator is there already for more than 1 hour, but you can see that the servers are massively hammered, right? So maybe if we're lucky, it will jump pretty quickly to the next hops, but I doubt, to be honest. But that's enough, right? Not enough complaint. So fire this chat window, right? Who is successfully already started Flight Simulator? Let me know. Let's create some interaction in this. Let's add some, let's say, information. Show me, well, not show me the money, but show me where you are at this stage, because I'm really wondering who's there, right? Are you already starting Flight Simulator, or are you looking around, or are you also in that, I would say, endless loop where it starts loading and you're still waiting it to be completed? In the meantime, what else can we do? Any suggestions? Post in the chat box, and then we will have a look at it. No IDs. I don't see a lot of activity, right? So I've switched to live chat, but I don't see a lot of activity anymore. Likely, I would say a lot of people have, let's say, successfully started Flight Simulator, and have, or maybe they went for, let's say, dinner break or something else, and they thought, okay, hey, let's see. Have they added announcements to the passengers? I'm not sure, I mean. So thanks for joining this channel, but I'm not sure if they already have added that. Say, Likely if they didn't add it, likely a third-party vendor will jump on this and create it, right? By the way, I mean, where are you, please let me know where you're from and if you already started Flight Simulator 2024 successfully, or you're still waiting for it to be loaded, just like me. You see the language made a step, right? 7% from the 6. And then we know that it comes to the next stage, right? Next stage, it will start activating the packages. And that also took a pretty serious amount of time. But let's see. So the first from 67% took crazy amount of time. I think it was even slower as the first time. But hey, everybody is clicking on it, right? Larry already mentioned this is really, say, something which he was looking forward for. So Larry, you're still online. If you're still online, if you're still following this stream, right, then let me know how far you are in this progress, because I think you were pretty close to me initially, right? So Amin also says, right, yeah, he has started it, right, but then the game crashed. Similar to me, right? So I would say this is not a good start, I would say. I would say based on the alpha testing, I was pretty happy with it, especially with the speed. But now I see this, I was so excited to start trying it again. I was really wondering if that performance would be as good as during the alpha. But it looks like that there are so many people joining, a little bit more as they expected, which result in this. But let's see. So I mean, Larry's there. So I just checked my controls, and it seems those have transferred over from 2020. But now I did a free flight. I got an alert saying that being with a too low, I definitely pay for the highest speed. So my flight is loading, but slowly. Yeah. In my case, it's activating the packages again, Larry. So it looks like that in my case, I would say I really need to start from scratch again. So that's a pity. So I likely am not going to show the career mode initially, but I will likely, I would say, go to the free flight mode. Jess Davis, I'm leaving it a few hours. I plan to. Yeah, probably that's the best thing to do. Because as I would say, it's similar to with world updates, right? Or with large updates. That's also where we had always that was downloading speeds were extremely slow. And it could take 4 hours. Well, if you would wait a few hours, it would be there within a few minutes. So likely Jess Davis did a similar thing. He decided not to do it. And then I'd say try to do it afterwards. Bandwidth? I'm doubting, Larry, if it's bandwidth. I do suspect that these are the servers. Because my internet is, I would say, not that overwhelmed. I would say, pretty sure about that. So I can look at my let me have a look at it, right? But I don't expect that the internet, or that it is being caused by the bandwidth, to be honest. I do think that this is 100% the bandwidth or the available resources on the Asobo/Microsoft end. So I'm checking as we speak. So just give me a few minutes, and then we will know. So in my case, I'll go to my settings and then check. Yeah. Amin also said I'm gonna wait for tomorrow because I think there are a lot of people trying. Watch streams and videos over what's new in the game tonight. Yeah, I mean, that might be a very wise decision to do. So in my case, I'm looking at my bandwidth. But to be honest, I would say it's not that... No, it's definitely not that busy. So I do suspect, again, that I would say server end is lacking of performance currently, which is causing this behavior to happen, right? So that's unfortunate because everybody was looking for this massively. But if I look at my, I would say, bandwidth, which my PC is consuming, it's literally almost, and say, well, there is some traffic, but hey, that's expected because I'm also live streaming. But I would say it's definitely not causing, I would say, this flight simulator experience. Yeah. Then Larry also mentioned, right, I would say purchase in 2020 will be available soon. So I guess it's not available now. That's correct, Larry. If you missed it, for me it started, and then I looked at the marketplace, and the marketplace says it shows it's coming soon. Yeah, Larry, don't worry about your bandwidth. Oh, Larry's gonna fly. Oh, you're lucky. Larry, let us know via this chat how it's going, right? So you're gonna fly. And I'm also gonna fly hopefully as soon as I'll pass this, I would say, weird slowness in Flight Simulator 2020 loading. Because I see people are dropping off now, right? So likely there's a higher chance that people, I would say, do have access to Flight Simulator and start to drop off and start to try it out. So in the meantime, right, I don't want you to watch this screen continuously because it doesn't make any sense. So let's go back to that flight planner again, right? So I just showed it already, but for those people who are new, there's on the planner.flightsimulator.com, there's a way now to program your flights, right? So start a new flight. And there are a few things which you can do over here. First of all, you can, let's say, search for an aircraft, right, based on the engine type, turboprop, piston, or electric. For example, if you want to fly using the 737 MAX, you can select it. And then based on the, let's say, different types which are available, you can select either the BBG, which is the business jet, or you can select the passengers. I'm selecting this one because I want to use that business jet version. And then you can start planning your flight. So planning your flight, you can do it either IFR or VFR. VFR, visual flight rules, or IFR, instrument flight rules. And let's say with a business jet like this, you likely want to use the IFR mode. Then you can define your origins, right? So based on this, you can either, say, search, like I did, right? So search for EHERD. Then you'll find Rotterdam, the Hague Airport, or any other one. If you search for Rotterdam, also might work. So let's give it a try again. Here it goes, right? And you can also find it. So that's really cool. So based on that, you can select your airport. The other way is to simply go to an airport, right? Let's go for KHRD, then select it. And then here, click the option Add to Route. As you can see, there's a lot of information here about the traffic tower. So you can say, okay, hey, you've got the longest runway, you've got the transition altitude, the elevation, the magnetic variation, as well as the current weather. But you can also see that there are some other options on the top, right? So you can go to the weather details, which shows it in a really nice view if you don't want to decode this. And you can also see, okay, what was the latest time it got the weather. But you can also go to the charts, and the charts, if there are any charts available, it will show it here. But this looks like to be a very small airport. But for example, if we would go to a bigger airport, let's do that. This one, and then select charge. You will find a charge available for different departures, right? So, yeah. So Larry is, I would say, flying, right? Graphics default to TAA, changing to DLSS with frame generation now. He has also to fix some controls because camera is moving by itself. And Delta Swiss said, I made a mistake. Well, Delta Swiss, tell us, which mistake did you make and how can we learn from you? As we speak, right, these are the options which you can get. So you can define the departures, and you can, I would say, do other things. Besides that, you can also define the arrivals, the approaches, the airports, and other cool stuff, right? So this is really, I would say, if you're used to Navigraph, right, which I know a lot of you might do, then let's say, I think they should be pretty worried, because if you look at this, right, all those charts which are included, it almost feels like that you've got Navigraph. Although Navigraph has some advantages, like the integration with external ATC services. But hey, let's see, right? So, so thanks, Larry. So what did Delta Swiss say? I said, for some reason, I only have 5 planes, so I quit and started up again. Yeah. Well, Delta Swiss, you're not the only one, because I also did it. And I'm also in the same stage, right? I'm in the activating packages stage now. So I've made some progress. So again, here for new watchers, simply don't start or stop Flight Simulator. Because if you do it, you are screwed, because you need to start from scratch again and wait that endless time before it loads. And the only thing you want to do, of course, is fly, right? fly using Flight Simulator 2024. You don't want to wait at that endless loop to be approached or cleared. So these are, we say, approaches, right? Going back to the normal stuff. And this is where you can find a lot of information, right? So everything which you could find in Navigraph, you can find it here using all those maps, which is really cool. Also, besides that, you can find the procedures. So the procedures are hidden over here. And those are to, let's say, either depart from an airport or to, let's say, fly into an airport, right? So if you go to the arrivals or departures, you can select it. And then if you select it, you can preview the chart by pressing this icon. And this is where you can find some more information, right? Really makes it, say, so much more realistic. And it will really add value to Flight Simulator 2024. I 100% believe it. Because keep in mind, Navigraph subscription is also not that cheap. And keep in mind that now you will get it included in Flight Simulator 2024 for between brackets free, right? It's not free because you already paid for Flight Simulator 2024. But hey, this is what you get, right? So really cool. But going back, right? So we selected the, say, route. So we're departing from an airport, which we say, do we already select something? I don't think so. So let's close this one. Add to route, add this departure. And we'll zoom in. We can zoom out. And then let's fly to, where shall we fly to? We're going to go to the other side of the US, right? We're going to go and fly to, let's zoom in. A little bit too high, I think. A little bit slow. We need to watch out. Where do we go to? This one? No. I'm gonna look at it. Newport. And you can see that once you're zooming out, right, you can also zoom in back. And that will show you some more information, right? Here's Portland, for example. Shall we fly to Portland? Or this is Vancouver, right? So let's fly to this one. KPDX, which is Portland International. We can say add to route and then as destination. And then we've got a flight, right? So simply a 2,200 mile flight. So that's good. So Larry, I hope to see you back soon. Let's keep an eye on it. In this case, right, where we define this and we can go back to the route again because the only thing we just did is at an origin airport and at a destination, right? So this or a departure airport, destination airport, and then you can simply select that auto route option if you want. Because if you do that, keep an eye on the screen, it will add the plan automatically. So it will create a full flight plan for you as a pilot, which you can use. How great is this, right? The only thing you need to do is add an alternate because that's not done automatically, which is being done by SimBrief for those who are using SimBrief, but not with this flight planning tool. The other cool thing is that it has added the interesting charts. For example, for this, the departing and destination airport, it has added those charts which you can quickly access and then have a look at it, right? Because I would say I heard this from someone. He said flying nowadays is, well, it still is not really easy, right? I would say, let's not make it sound really easy. But taxiing is, I would say, sometimes even more difficult because you sometimes don't even know which taxiways you need to take, right? This is a small airport, but there are bigger airports, just as JFK, Amsterdam Airport. Those are so big that you really have some challenge over there. So this is how you can define your flight, right? And then if you go to the briefing, you can go either to the nav log or you can go to the, say, this map. And the cool thing is that you've got that hints option. And that hints option shows you the information about, okay, hey, what does it mean for me as a pilot, right? And that really helps, right? I do think that I really would say that this is a really valuable tool, to be honest. What's in the options? In the options, you can define the I would say, the IFR, the navlog, which you want to use, the fuel, in gallons, liters, pounds, or kilogram, the weight, and the altimeter, as well as you can, let's say, look at the fuel and payload options over here. So normally you would start on the top and then would go down, right? I go from, let's say, multiple ways, but normally you would start at the top and then go down easily. The cool thing is that for the payload, you can also randomize the payload. Then it will simply add some more passengers. You can define, okay, what kind of passengers is it, right? It's a GA flight, domestic, international. vacation charter, intercontinental. In this case, it's domestic flight. And that will also adjust the baggage weight. Really cool that they added this kind of fun in it. And there you can also read all the zero fuel weight, the empty operating weight, and all the other stuff. This is, would say, the taxi, and that's not being automatically calculated. So likely you need to kind of populate it based on the information which you will find in the briefing. However, that's, would say, estimated guess, right? So if you would go to the trip and also go to the view, then you can see that the view is, in this case, a little bit empty. But normally you would be able to, let's say, easily identify it. For those who are looking at the screen, guys, help me out. Where can I find it? Because I'm pretty sure that I read somewhere that you can look at it. I also using Navigraph on a regular basis, but now I have some issues with finding it. I do think that there might be some issues because normally the plant view here should be populated because you can see that the view is not being, say, calculated yet. Might have to do with, say, the flight details, which we didn't provide. And the call sign and the equipment. It's not really needed, right? Extended operations, also not needed. Check route. And then it freezes. In the meantime, I'm checking the packages, 16%, 16%. Oh, come on, guys. Come on. I want to play Flight Simulator. So this one has been set, right? So no transponder, or you can set a squawk and altitude. You can define multiple options here for the aircraft equipment, depending on the aircraft. Here's the extended operations, like, okay, is there any information available? Keep in mind to only use this in Flight Simulator, right? Don't use it for real world flights because likely it's not suitable for that. Airliner, you can select, or say, a lot, as you can see. So, for example, Alaska Airlines, you can select it, then it will assign a flight number, ATC, a call sign, flight date, the off-block time, all has been there, which is really good. If I go to the fuel and payload, right, it's the estimated, but it looks like there are some errors with this, or maybe I'm doing something wrong. Again, if you figured out how to do it, then I would say let me know, because based on this, I don't think that it works, or it might not work as expected. Because I would have expected it would have been auto-populated. Because also if you look at the flight details, or actually at the view payload, right? I can add something, but it doesn't really make sense. It's set to auto here. So let's say 5. But here you can see that also this one, this value, the trip value, this view is the amount of fuel required for the planned flight. That's something which it doesn't, I would say, add to the map. Maybe it's because I didn't populate everything yet. So let's, I would say, do Seattle as the... it's so kind of weird, right? You can't define Seattle as the alternate airport. So let's... Seattle was Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha, if I'm correct. Here we go. That's now being set. Suggested routes have been set. Auto select. Auto select. So let's see. Something happens. Now this has been populated, right? The approach, which is cool. Screen freezes. Here we go. So we're good to go again, right? So as you can see, right, there are some quirks in this flight planner because it didn't calculate the trip view, but hey, that could be it. For now, that's enough about the builder. Let's try again. So we're going with Flight Simulator, right? So luckily we don't have to do everything again. So let's go into the controls first before starting our first flight, because I want to make sure that in this case, my say simulator is, I would say, working as expected. So you can switch to TAA to NVIDIA AMD FSR2, or you can switch to off. In my case, I'm gonna switch to NVIDIA DLSS Super, Super Resolution. There are some, let's say, discussions on the internet if you need to do this, but I will leave it like this. fine for me. I also can go to controls, and that's something which they changed massively, right? So in the controls, you can change the aircraft, and then you can define, I would say, the keyboard preset configs. You can either reuse them, or you can choose the helicopter specific ones. So in my case, I've got the Velocity 1 Joke, which is also imported, and it has been assigned to this, right? So really cool. So I should be kind of, let's say, good to go for now, right? So I will have a brief look at this in the future, or a detailed look at this in the future. For now, say exit, and then I will try the free flight, just like Larry did, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is change the aircraft, of course. So this is pretty interesting because I select, I don't have any other aircrafts. I don't only have this one. What's this? Okay, let me know if you also face this issue. So I'm only having the helicopter. Are you serious? It looks like that there are some really issues. See more aircrafts. And that says coming soon. Because this is what I forgot to do. So in this case, you can go, if it happens, right? So let me start from scratch. You can go to the marketplace, because keep in mind that the marketplace itself, let's say, is not available yet. However, what you can do is you can switch to the My Library. The My Library itself contains all the aircrafts which you bought or did include. You can see that here are the things which are streamed, which are installed. So you can see that the content and the challenges are streamed. All those world updates are there, right? There are some packages disabled. Likely they will come in the near future. And here you can see all the previous world updates, which they, I would say, kind of used from Flight Simulator 2020. Then you've got that Flight Simulator 24 Deluxe upgrade, Premium Deluxe upgrade, and these items. For some reason, these are all disabled by default. I'm not sure why. Let's figure that out in a few seconds. Because I'm really, would say, kind of puzzled on why we don't have these items. So in this case, I only want to see the aircrafts, right? And there we've got the basic content. The base content is there, right? It says, okay, hey, you've got these aircrafts, but you can see everything is disabled. So why is it disabled? Why is it disabled? It doesn't make any sense, right? So it's streamed. So it looks like that there are some serious issues with activating the packages, right? So just I would say, let's see if we can fix that. Show selection only. Why does it show as disabled? Why can't I, say, use this, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. This is really, I would say, nasty. I see Overspeed says Aaron Ryans has had the same issue. So Overspeed, what was the issue and how did he fix it? Because I would say, can't imagine that this is normal, I would say. How can we fix this part? Right, maybe we should click on this profile, because that might clarify some things, although I don't see any things happening there, right? So don't see any stuff here which we could use or could benefit from. So going to the marketplace again, or to the My Library, I should say. Okay. He didn't fix the issue. Well, that's a pity. This really doesn't help, right, my friends? Here it says I also should have the ATR, right? So why can't I select the ATR in that case? So let's go back to the flights. Let's go to the free flight mode. Yeah, Jake Wallace, do not restart sim. It's a global issue, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So both Jake and Overspeed, you're 100% correct. You shouldn't do any restarts, because if you do it, you need to start from scratch, right? Hello, Andreas. Welcome. So in this case, right, we can only fly using this helicopter because for some reason, I would say it didn't, I would say, pull the information based on what I could see. Also, it's kind of weird that they called marketplace here. Can you make a flight from EKSN? I want to see the airport. Right, let's do that, right? So let's follow Andreas. So let's do that. So let's first search for the airport. EKSN. What? EKSN, that's Sindal, if I'm correct. That's over here, right? So Sindal, it looks like in the northern part of, what is it? Denmark, right? Okay, let's do that. So let's go to the airport and then say, okay, hey, it's already as departure, and then hit fly now. So let's do that. So let's see how that works. So Jake says, okay, hey, he had a lot of more airports loaded than I did. Well, good for you, Jake. I was unfortunate. I do think that has to do with the bacon, with the activation loops. The maps, please. Yeah, I'm looking at the maps, right? So, okay, here it comes. Flight Simulator 2024 also has, I would say, several things. So they've got, I would say, a list of known issues. Known issues, mainly with the backward compatibility, but also there are some things with the Xbox Series X and S where it was, I would say, not becoming responsible. There's not specifically anything mentioned on their website about issues which they have. But let me look at the 4A, right? Let us look at the 4A to see if something happens. It's most likely to be resolved in the next week, maybe. Are you serious? Everything is streamed, so I restarted. Now I've been waiting for loading again. Yeah. Martin Nee, thanks. Let's say I also was in the same spot as you were. I also did the same thing, did make the same mistake, did restart, and now I'm screwed. So luckily I'm now back, and I will leave it as is because one of our friends, which is here, right, Larry, who's probably also flying his aircraft now, he said, okay, hey, leave it running because eventually it will load the flight. So let's see. And we're looking into the screens over here, right? The official Microsoft Flight Simulator forum. I'm gonna have a look at it. Online service monitoring, top known issues. Well, top known issues. Okay, there's not a lot. Top known issues. They refer to that same web article again. But I do think that they might have some other issues, right? Because if we do have more aircrafts or maybe not so many aircrafts, how can that be, right? So let's see what comes up with. So we're going to leave this for now running, right? Because likely we will, I'd say, be able to fly using multiple options, or at least using the helicopter. Unfortunately, the other ones are not available. Likely there's some activation issues with the packages, because that's what I'm suspecting. Because keep in mind that they need to activate these packages, right? And if they are not activated, you can't really use them, right? So I'm looking at some other stuff to see, okay, if I can find something over here, right? So tips on troubleshooting. Let's see if we can find it here. Everything is... Yeah, I fully agree with you, over speed. I really also don't like this. Bark42, I wish I would be able to answer that question, but it looks like there are several issues with Flight Simulator 2024 as we speak, which makes it, I would say, impossible to look at certain, I would say, aircraft types. And that's also the issue I'm faced, or say I'm being affected by. So once it's there, right, I will have a look at it, but I would say it's pretty challenging. Yeah, I only have the helicopter. Really, really bad, but that's the way it is, my friends. Can't do anything about it. The i7, I would say definitely the RAM might be an issue, Andreas. I think they recommended 32 gigabyte at least. My machine has 64, but I built a complete new rack for it, to be honest, because I really didn't want to try it on my old machine. Yeah, Bog9042, 100% with you, but it looks like I'm not the only person who say facing these issues. There are a lot of other people facing these issues, so I'm not the only one. So let's see, right? So we're still waiting to the flight to be loaded. So keep the questions and keep the comments going, right? Because I'm loving this. I'm loving this interaction. Also would like to understand how everybody else, I would say, is experiencing this. Likely if we would try this a few hours later or maybe even tomorrow, right? Then I do expect it might work a little bit better, to be honest. Because I do expect it simply is now everybody is going to try it, right? Which results in a lot of weird things happening. Oh, you can upgrade, right? So, oh, you can't upgrade. Okay. So I see so many things happening, so many, let's say, discussions happening on the forum also about Flight Simulator 2024, right? Custom installation directory. You can't change the community folder, but you can you can move it afterwards. But the question is where. I've got a separate video about that one. So if you want to move the community folder, then likely what you first need to do is start Flight Simulator for the first time, then exit it, and then once you've done that, go back and then I would say exit Flight Simulator, change that I would say a line in the config file, and then you will be able to do it. So checking to see, okay, hey, if I can find something about aircrafts missing, right? So I was almost thinking joining the Discord server on Flight from Discord server from Flight Simulator, but I doubt if I want to join that one now. Because likely there's a lot of ranting going on. So let's see, right? I'm gonna check their Discord server to see what's going on now. So accept all the cookies. No, I don't want to. I simply want to log in, right? Same thing over here, same screen, same issues. Okay, then pretty bad to hear. I can't just play only DCS on 100% on the CPU and RAM. Okay. So let's see. While we're waiting. So it's still loading, my friends. So we're almost, would say, 2 hours streaming. We had a quick look at some of the options in Flight Simulator. And then I decided, hey, let's restart again. As several people already mentioned, don't restart because it will start from scratch. It won't do everything from scratch, but it will do some part from scratch, right? It needs to, let's say, go to certain package activations. And likely the package activation service is causing a lot of issues because in my case, there were also a lot of issues with, I would say, activating the aircrafts, which would say kind of made it, I would say, impossible for me to, let's say, start playing Flight Simulator, right? At least not playing Flight Simulator, but more or less, I would say, selecting the other aircrafts, which of course is a pity. But hey, there's nothing we can do about that for now. We can blame Asobo, but probably they also, I would say, were kind of surprised. So I can see Just Aviation 20. He also played it, but then it crashed. Also not a good experience, unfortunately. But again, let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's not give up because we all knew that this was, I would say, that there was a potential chance that this would happen. Unfortunately, it was the case. Likely during one of the next developer webcasts, Asobo and Microsoft will say, hopefully explain what has happened, what has gone wrong. But I would say, because during the alpha test, believe me, people, the alpha test was so stable. The alpha test was really smoothly. But of course, I don't know how many people were allowed to that one, right? Specs. So talking about specs, right? So let me show you Andreas, right? While we're waiting here, I can show you my specs on my machine. Think of about what's the easiest option to show you. So my CPU is the AMD Ryzen 9 7900 X3D 12 core. Then I've got 64 gigs of memory. I've got an NVIDIA 4090 card. Pretty expensive, but I think worth the money based on the experience I have, both with Flight Simulator 2020 and some other games. Disk is SSD, so those are my specs. I'm normally playing widescreen, but for this video, I reverted the resolution because I want to make sure that everybody can watch it perfectly and not, I would say, that it looks, pretty unsharp, which I would say don't want it to be. Especially since it's a live stream, and I also figured out that it, I would say, happened with some of my videos. So apologies for that, right? If you watched one of my previous videos and were also having issues watching the text, I figured out that I would say there were a lot of improvements possible with the screen. So that's what I did. And let's say likely you won't face it anymore in the near future. So while waiting, right? So I'm trying to log into Discord. It's always a challenge, right? Because I'm using it now and then, not too much to be honest. And then they force you to use all kind of other things. So let me go to that as we speak, because I'm wondering if there's any active community members over there, right? Which will, let's say, can share their information which they experienced the issues. So while waiting, right? Still, Flight Simulator is still loading. As we all know, I would say, it looks like that the servers are really hammered, right? Servers are hammered, which causes slow startups and eventually also slow loading times. As you can see, I'm waiting already for a lot of minutes before, I'd say, this loading happens. But that's, let's say, what it is. The thing which you shouldn't do, and I repeat, the things which you shouldn't do is stop and then start Flight Simulator. Because if you do that, you will need to go to the full process again, which you definitely don't want to do. And I really mean that. So I see some other comments, right? So let me have a look at it. See some people reacting, right? Microsoft using those Netflix servers. I'm not sure about that. I don't think so, to be honest. I think Netflix was running on, let's say, third party or another vendors, another cloud providers, let's say, solution. While we're talking, right, I'm going to the list of Flight Simulator things about the announcements. But to be honest, I would say, yeah, it's available. There are already 113 items in the support. How to install the default premium content, right? There's a lot of, let's say, that people say, hey, they're missing it. And a lot of people reacting to that one, that they don't have it. People are reporting that the game can't be started. This is kind of scummy, right? That it doesn't work, it crashed, impossible to create DirectX 12 devices, long load times, issues with the joystick. How do I get my Flight Simulator settings, joystick settings from 2020 to 2024? There's also a question on the forum, but I do think that it's not possible, and it's also what was being mentioned because it was kind of complex to merge those settings from 2020 to 2024. So that's likely, I would say, not going to be resolved, right? So I'm also looking at that one. So let's see. And other things which are discussing, community folders, some other stuff which what are discussing, right? All waiting. If you got any other topics which you want to discuss, please feel free to post in the window, right? I'm still here. I'm waiting for the game to be loaded, or at least the flight to be loaded, and hopefully then it won't crash. So let's see how to do that. So let me have a look at it. So let's see, right? So it's over here. So it's still going crazy, right? So people are reporting a lot of issues with the stuff, right? So now maskers or custom identity, things which are not there anymore, things which are missing. So while we're waiting, right? So let's see. What else can I show you? Because I don't want you to watch this screen entirely, right? Let's go to the other stuff. Because one of the things which I see regularly being asked in the communities is, okay, how can we change that, let's say, package directory? Because you can see that by default, there are now 3 packages directories, and you will find it, I will show it, in the app data local packages and then Microsoft.limitless. Yes, that's the name. And then you will find inside that directory, you will find the local cache folder, which contains the packages folder, which contains the community, the official 2020 and the official 2024. These will be the official stores, right? The community or the official 2020 and the official 2024. And the community one will be the one where you can simply push all your code over there, right? That's something which you need to keep in mind, that you can do it over there, but that's, say, how it is. So based on that, right, what are the other things which you can do? There is an option that you can change the location of the package folder. And to do that, you need to go to that user config file, right? I'm currently watching the screen to make sure that the stream is being updated because I'm still watching, I would say, another screen. So let's have a look. If we're, let's say, broadcasting, what are we broadcasting currently? The display capture, right? That's good. So let's go to the Explorer again, because this is what I want to show you, right? So this is what you should see. So in the Explorer window, you've got the user config.opt file. Now you can open that using any, let's say, notepad editor. And this is where all the configuration is stored, including this directory. So what you need to do, once Flight Simulator 2020 works correct, right? What you need to do is make sure that you're, I would say, updating this one so that it will be, I would say, different directory, right? So in my case, what I did, which is not effective as we speak, is create a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 directory with a community and official directory. What you can do is move over that content from that folder into this one, and that will likely be, I would say, working. So that's pretty nice because then you can, say, keep it outside of the folder. One of the biggest advantages of moving out those folders outside of the Flight Simulator folder is that if you at some point join a beta release of Flight Simulator 2024, it sometimes triggers a full reinstall, which means that also you need to download all the content packages. Now with Flight Simulator 2024, I don't expect it to be, say, changing a lot. And the reason for that is that, I would say, it's all cloud-based. But maybe they're changing it, I would say, in the near future based on the current experience which we have. But you can, I would say, still do that, right? You can still download certain parts of the content, and then it will be stored in these directories. Especially the community one is a special one because that one could contain all the content which you have in here, right? As you can see, I've got several PMDG aircrafts, I've got some Navigraph stuff, some Lorby C due to the, I would say, connection to the Stream Deck, the FSLTL, the FS Dream Team, the GSX, the fly-by-wires, and then some other content. Keep in mind that some of these, like the FSLTL, they have already said they have issues with Flight Simulator 2024, so don't install these because these will likely have issues. The A320 from fly-by-wire, they also said, okay, it could work, but it also could be some issues. And the same thing is applicable to those aircraft from PMDG. So make sure that you follow those blogs from those vendors. I recently published a video about that. I would say what to expect and what not to expect, right? So keep that in mind. So again, right, if you're just tuning in, you can find the user config file and you can change this install package path, which will then make possible to move your content outside of the default folder for Flight Simulator 2024, which is in the app data local packages, Microsoft limitless local cache, and there you will find the packages directory, which will likely contain all the cached packages. But again, that's all the cached packages, right? Currently, there's nothing cached because let's say I wasn't even able to fly a certain mission. So I'm monitoring the threads on the what is it, on the Discord server, and there are a lot of things, right, where they complain about the premium deluxe versions. Right, they say okay, hey, they bought it, but they don't see it. No airliners, no jets. So it looks like not a lot of people from Asobo are there to react. But hey, let's see how that works, right? How that works out. Long load times also reported. A lot of people complaining. But hey, that's what you could expect, right? Because hey, this is not what they promised. It would have faster loading times, faster experience for everyone, but unfortunately it doesn't look like to be the case. So I can see the live chat is still going on, right? So that's really cool. Now if you are also in the same spot as me, or you want to try something else, or you want to let me know what you think about Flight Simulator, then simply post it in the live chat, because I'm waiting for it. And I'm looking forward for it to see your, feedback on this. Right? So dump it in the window and then I will have a look at it, because I'm pretty curious what you think about Flight Simulator 2024. I probably know it, right? A lot of people might be disappointed. We're almost 2 hours in the stream. So I will launch some, videos to, educate you a bit, because I need to have, a small break. And then I will be back with you within a few seconds, right? So let me start one of the videos I pre-created as part of this, nice thing. So we're gonna start this one, right? And then I will shut up and we'll see you back in less than a minute. Don't worry, I'm not gone, I'm still there. So let's close the window again, right? This was one of my promo videos which I created. See that Flight Simulator is still loading. I can see that some other people are reacting, right? Welcome, Matt, to this channel. I said, I know you will have problems on the release, but this is a joke. Everyone is having problems. They clearly needed more time before release. I'm not sure if that's the case, Matt. I do think that it could still be, I would say, that the release, I would say that the software is okay, but they simply didn't expect that many people to join, because I think this is really a server capacity issue. But I'm not sure about that, right? I'm in line with you that I would say maybe some more testing, maybe some more beta testing with a larger group of users might have made sense. But this is indeed, I would say it's a pity, right? Because everybody, at least if I speak for myself, I was already looking for this event for a very, very long time. And I would say it was, such a pity that this was, happening. while we're speaking, right? I'm looking at the forum. I see people reporting that it was loading at 5%. Then I see that, I would say, servers are just down because people are, I would say, having some issues with it, right? A lot of cool things. People reporting 8% activating the packages. And I do think that activating the packages at that server is, I would say, causing a lot of issues. And that's also might cause the issue that we don't see all the aircrafts, I would say, being available, right? So that's, I would say, a pity. I do see a lot of people, say, complaining. So that's good, right? So I'd say keep that information going to Asobo, right? Because I would say I'm fully in line with everybody here, right? This is what nobody would have hoped for. I see Larry's back. I can see you're on the loading screen also. Yes, Larry, welcome back. Did you already make your first flight, Larry? Just asking. Just let us know. I was finally back in, and now I'm already on this screen for, I would say, maybe 10 minutes, maybe even more. What about you? Did you already make your first flight or not? Let's, in the meantime, look at the known issues. Weird thing is that they didn't talk about any known issues, so I'd say in their I would say in their post on the communities, etc. Right? So that's really bad. But did you make your flight, Larry? Because I'm wondering if you made your flight. I took off and the controls weren't what I thought they were. Okay, that's crap. And that's one of the things, right, which you need to keep in mind, that they didn't convert those, controls from Flight Simulator 2020 to 2024. So if you completely set up your joystick in Flight Simulator 2020, you likely need to redo some work in Flight Simulator 2024. It could be that, I would say, the vendor of the controller has, I would say, kind of added some controls there. But I would say there could still be some issues with that, right? So keep that in mind that you need to validate that. In addition to that, what you need to keep in mind is that it might say the initial start time that it didn't detect all the controls. For example, in my case, it only mentioned that it was able to detect the joystick and the mouse, or sorry, not the joystick. It was able to see the keyboard and the mouse, but it wasn't able to see the, I would say, joystick itself, right? So keep that in mind that you might have some issues with that. Eventually, if it once has started, go to the settings control screen and then have a look over there, because you will likely see that it will be there. I would say, in my case, I both saw my joystick as well as my Xbox controller, which I sometimes use for controlling the aircraft, or mainly for controlling the camera, to be honest. So let's see what's going on here, right? So let's see. Restarting. I'd say that whole Flight Simulator forum goes wild, right? People would say reporting missing aircrafts, missing all this stuff, which doesn't look too good. So in the meantime, we're 1 hour and 52 minutes airborne, right? At least by the YouTube live stream, not with Flight Simulator itself, because there are a lot of people complaining and a lot of people having issues. So just a shout out to everybody in this video channel, right? Share where you are at this moment, right? Did you already make some progress? Are you still stuck in the same screen? Because I'm really wondering about it. While we're still waiting to show the airport to Andreas, right? Andreas has asked specifically to depart from this airport. But as you can see, Andreas, didn't like us this time, right? It says, okay, it's still loading. In the meantime, what I could do else? Somebody says that they could try it on their Xbox because it loads faster. Well, I can also try it on my Xbox, right? But I prefer to do it on my PC because I do think that it should work also. But that's just my opinion. see that people are looking there, right? So Haruri says, okay, hey, I'm also stuck at 97%. I can see Basic Games has said, okay, hey, did it work? Yeah, yeah, it works, but let's say it's horribly slow. Larry, whenever it loads again, right? Yeah, if it works, it works. But I would say I wasn't able to, let's say, select the flight, right? So you can see that it goes like this. Of course, I must say, kind of, let's say, reluctant to press the escape button, because then I go back and then I will likely need to, let's say, stand in line, right? Because I can, then I need to, let's say, start from scratch. But on the other hand, it could be an option, right? Because maybe some servers are in specific regions are really hammered, while other ones might be less hammered. So, Larry, which location did you try? Did you try a location in the US or in, I would say, in EMEA? Because I'm kind of, let's say, on the point that I want to press the escape button. So, question to this nice audience, right? Let me see, right? I can post a poll here. Let me do that. Let's see if we can do that in the US. Yeah. So I do think that might have to do with, let's say, with some stuff, right? It could be that, let's say, maybe some servers are overloaded, but not all of them. Okay, so Larry's gonna try for us, right? He's gonna hit the explore button and then see what happens. In the meantime, I'm gonna have a look at something else, right? So let's wait. Let's wait for Larry to come back to see if he's successfully, and let's say, doing that stuff. So I'm gonna pose the question. Should I hit escape, yes or no? So let's see. So here's an option, right? I post the poll. The poll says, okay, hey, do we really need to say, do I need to hit escape and then start again or not? So Larry says, okay, I hit escape and then went back to the menu, but the screen's flickering. I have 165 hertz monitor. So waiting for the polls to come in, right? So people, please vote, and then let's see what happens, right? We're gonna vote. We're gonna look at if we're gonna press escape and then try again or not, because that's something I'm, say, kind of considering to do, because we're already looking at the screen for a very, very long time, and I really don't want this to be the case. So see that people are dropping off the stream. Yeah, sorry for you, right? I really can't do anything about this. This really has to do with Asobo and Microsoft, which definitely have some issues with the servers. So let's see if we can, I would say, bring the group together, right? I see 76% yes. Okay, let's do it, right? Let's click escape and then let's see what happens. So I'm gonna hit escape. And then hopefully escape works, right? Because that's always the question, because as soon as I hit escape, I can see that some things are, I would say, kind of, let's say, in the stuck state. So let's hope the flight simulator doesn't crash. Fingers crossed, my friends. So 75% said yes. Already did it, my friends. I already, say, pressed the escape button. Okay, you see Larry is also having some issues with, I would say, some other things which are happening. So really cool. So let's see what happens. In my case, now my complete flight simulator hangs, right? So TJ Turner, you're not the only one having issues. No, I know, TJ. How are you doing, TJ? Do you have issues? Are you playing it as we speak, or also experiencing some issues with it? So let's see, right? So while we're looking, right? A lot of people on 1 hour and 50 minutes. Yeah, I know, Andreas. I haven't loaded yet, but now it's completely jammed, right? So it doesn't do anything. So it looks like that they're having some serious issues with this. So I'm still planning to show it to you, Andreas. Don't worry. But if Flight Simulator doesn't work, then it doesn't work, right? So now it's back to the menu, right? So Andreas, especially for you, I'm gonna press the fly now option again. And then let's see if it comes closer. So it's doing the spinning wheel again. If it doesn't load, I will likely choose another location. Theory behind this is that could be that I'm connected to one of the EMEA servers and that those are hammered because of the time zone here in EMEA, right? It's 7 o'clock my time. So likely a lot of people are trying that. So TG is also watching multiple streams, okay? And all those streams are likely being punished by the same issue as I have. I do think, not 100% sure about that. Andreas, so let's wait for a few seconds. Although I don't want you to look at the screen continuously, right? So let's move to a different region. Sorry, Andreas, I will come back to this one later. Right? So let's go to let's go to Havana, right? So let's go to Havana. Let's go to the Playa. And let's see if this one loads faster. Oh, Larry, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have quitted back to your desktop because then you're screwed because you need to try it from scratch. That's what I did also. Don't do it because it will not help. At least I don't think it will help. Let us know, Larry, if it loads faster this time than the previous time. Because I doubt if it will. So I see a lot of people still reporting that it's stuck. See people reporting it to be stuck on 97% for, I would say, 30 minutes. Or 79% for 30 minutes, right? See a lot of people also reporting, hey, just wait. Yeah. Larry, I warned you about it. You shouldn't have done it, right, my friend? You shouldn't have started it from scratch. So, in the meantime, there are still no, say, between brackets, official response from Asobo about those long response times. I would have hoped that I would have come with some information about it. I see on the, I would say, even on the official forum from them, there's not a lot of, let's say, information, which is bad. Let's see if there's some other discussions going on in the other chats. People say that they will revert to Flight Simulator 2020 because it's much easier. There are so much discussions to go on, my friends. But keep in mind that, well, I don't say that this is good, right? But I do think that eventually this will be resolved. I do think that I simply didn't expect that many people, let's say, joining the first few hours of Flight Simulator 2020 or 2024. Sorry. So let's see, right? In the meantime, we're almost there for, say, more than almost 2 hours, right? Are we there? Let's see. We're streaming already. Yeah, more than 2 hours already. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to show a lot, right? I see a lot of people reporting issues, right? They're saying 6%, 20%, 7%. Yeah, it starts downloading again. Then 6% again. Stuck at 97%. Yeah, it's because the people are downloading. Yeah, but come on, my friends. You should have known that all people, if you're making, I would say, a lot of noise about a product, that a lot of people will first want to play it, especially if you're going to communicate all the time zones in where it will be available. Maybe it would have been smarter to, for example, give people in APAC first access, then people in EMEA, then in the US, so that you can balance that load. I'm not sure about it, but I do think Larry blames Elon Musk. Yeah, could be, right? I'm not saying anything about that. But I do think it's, I think everybody was hoping that this time Asobo and Microsoft would have learned a lot about this, especially based on those World Update nightmares, which we likely all have experienced, right? Remember when a World Update was available, if you were lucky and you were in the first few minutes, it downloaded pretty quick. But then I'd say every content which needed to come from the cloud, it wasn't also that good. If we look at this, let's say it's really nightmare. It's because it's on Game Pass. Yeah, that's true, right? So if you're lucky and you've got a Game Pass, then you can play the Standard Edition, which gives access to a lot of people because the number of Game Pass users is really a lot, right? I see that 113 Gaming also made some progress, right? And that's very good. So let's see, right? So number of Game Pass users. Let's see how many it was or were. I think a lot. So at least 34 million people have access to the Game Pass, and that's based on some older data. So likely it has maybe even increased further to a higher value. And I would say, well, we're looking at this, right? So let's think about some other things which we can do, right? The console can't download it today. I do think it was available for everyone, if I'm correct, on Free Gaming, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe they should block the Xbox. I think there were also some issues reported on the Xbox X where it becomes, I would say, unresponsive or can even crash using large aircraft such as the Airbus 330, the Beluga XL, the Airbus A400 near large custom airports, and they're working on a fix. And it also becomes unresponsive when invoking the guide on the ready to fly screen while in active mode. And then there are several issues with the backwards compatibility, but that's something we already discussed, right? So let's see how it goes. Currently, we're still at, let's say, waiting to get started, right? So see people dropping off, joining, so it will say increase, decrease continuously, so that's really good. Still have a lot of famous people here, which are already there from the start, so really good to see. I can see 130 Gaming is making progress, so good to see. So while we're waiting, right, so let's switch back to that, I would say, flight planner, because I would say, think that's while we're waiting, there's nothing else we can do currently. So if we go to the flight planner, right, so for those who are just joined, are we allowed to carry over 2020 planes over? 113, can you be more specific? Do you mean aircraft which are in a community folder, or those aircraft which you bought as part of the Flight Simulator 2020 from the marketplace? Or are you referring to the aircraft which were included in the version of Flight Simulator you bought initially? But I do see a lot of questions about that, right? So let's show that, right? So let's go to flightsimulator.com, in this case, flightsimulator.com. Here we go. Because there is an FAQ about Flight Simulator 2024, right? So the ones you purchased, it depends, right? So because they're available in the marketplace, and as we all could see, the marketplace is not available yet. And that's it, right? So like the Typhoon, I think it was, let's say, you bought it via the marketplace, in that case, it will be available somewhere in the coming weeks, as far as I figured out. So let's see. I see that the stream is being delayed a lot, right? So the stream is, I would say, showing some stuff. I'm watching it the live stream also on a separate screen. Larry asked me if I set up your cache. No, I didn't set up my cache yet. We can try it, of course. But let me first look for that question about 2024 FAQ, because that's where they mentioned what to do, what happens with the content, right? So if we scroll to this list, then we've got some interesting questions. So the first question is, will my premium deluxe of Flight Simulator 2020 carry over no matter of what additional Flight Simulator I purchase? And that's what say something which I'm gonna look at. So the basic screen says, go back to your loading screen. You can do that. Which loading screen do you mean? This one? If you refer to this one, let me know. Basic games, let me know which loading screen I'm referring to. So I'm typing to you. While we're chatting on this, let's go to those things about the things which you bought, right? So here it says, if you own the Flight Simulator 2020 Deluxe Premium, Deluxe or Premium Deluxe, the additional aircraft and airports are unique to these editions, will automatically work in Flight Simulator 2024. So that's question 1. Then the other thing is, Premium Deluxe edition of Flight Simulator 2020 on the Microsoft Store decided to go to the Standard Edition of Flight Simulator 2024 on stream. Will the Premium Deluxe airplanes work for me? And can I carry them over? That's also the case, right? So that's good. Then there were some, I would say, mentions about the marketplace, etc. Here are the marketplace ones. So owned content for Flight Simulator 2020. So if you purchased outside of the store, you can move it up from the community folder, which I showed you earlier, but I'm happy to show it again if you want. Then the other one is if you bought it via the marketplace in 2020, then it will be shown in the content manager in Flight Simulator 2024 called My Library at the launch of Flight Simulator 2024. So likely, in your case, who was asking the question, it was 130 Gaming, you would likely be available, it will likely be available in the My Library one. And then there's some things about the content, right? But going back to the loading screen. So let me hit escape again, right? So let's do that again. We tried it already, 130 Gaming, but it didn't resolve it the first time. But let's see if it works this time. So we're going back. But I would say I'm a little bit to say, let's look at some other things, right? Let's, I'm not 100% sure about that 130 Gaming. Could be that I would say that you still have it, but I was not able to verify it because if I go to the marketplace, let's do that, right? So because there are a lot of questions about that. In the marketplace, you will find 2 sections. There's the marketplace where they say it's coming soon, and they've got the My Library. So the My Library contains a lot of things, right? You can see that everything is streamed, which is in this case a little bit of pity because that results also that we're not gonna do anything. We can also see that some other things are there, right? So we can see some other nice things coming up here. We can see the base content which is being streamed, and then we can click on this and we can see the basic content over here, right? That's really cool. Helps us, I would say, looking at multiple things. A different vehicle. We can try Shadow GFX. I see your comment, but as you can see, almost everything has been disabled for some reason. I can show the selection only, but then again, I can't enable it for some reason. This looks like to be an issue, and 130 Gaming is able to fly in a helicopter. So 130 Gaming, how long did you need to wait? Because I'm really curious for that. So based on this, you can see that all the content has been, let's say, added right? You can see ships sailing, etc. And everything is being streamed. Also the content from Flight Simulator 2020, because you can see it here, has come over. So going back to the question of 113 gaming, I do expect that you will be able to, let's say, get this stuff as soon as the packages have been enabled. That's the thing, right? Which isn't the case right now. About that caching thing, right? I know we talked a lot about things. Caching, we didn't talk about it. You will find it over here in the online data. You will find it in the rolling cache. By default, it has been set to 16 gig. This is the number of, I would say, data consumed. The data tracking reset day is day 1. That's the first of the month. There are no warnings, and there is a bandwidth which has been set to unlimited, which is cool. Right, those are the things which you can set up for that rolling cache. Other than that, I would say the other things are, say, kind of the default settings are here, right? So you've got the experimental options in the advanced menu where you can allow third-person view camera, which is, I would say, experimental tool, as well as the package reorder tool. But as you can see, there are also some tools which have disappeared. For example, I don't see the replay tool here anymore, and I'm pretty sure it was here. Maybe they integrated in one of the other menus, but it looks like it has been removed. Then I've got the multi-window option, which will allow you to add a new render window, and there's the create a report. We should have all hit that button, right? Then the flight interface itself. It contains a lot of options where you can define which options you would see in the cockpit, which options interactions are there, which instrument names it would show up, and also the markers on the map, right? The flight model contains the flight model. I always love to fly in, I would say, model mode. So that's cool, right? And then let's have a look at it. So because if we would change it, you can change it to the legacy mode, but it will definitely recommend or discourage you to do that, right? Because it will affect the, I would say, realism. So I'm going to fly to the realism. Camera mode. I think this is what you refer to, the slew mode, right? Slew mode. It could be that it's hidden in here. I'm not sure about this. So I can see that the options are over here, but I don't see the slew mode over here, right? So I do think that it might not be available, but again, needs to be validated. 3D audio is new. Listening mode, you can change it right to TV or to headphones, home theater, hi-fi, whatever you like. And then you can also change multiple other ones, like muting the audio in the background, which means if you put Flight Simulator in the background, you won't hear it anymore. Languages already set, right? So nothing changed over there. So those are the options, right? So does it work, Sweet Lake? Well, no, because that's why we're, taking our time to go to these menus, because loading is really, really slow. So, should we try something? Shall we try something? Shall we try one of the things? Shall we try the discovery? And this is also what you see, right? Remember that we looked at this, I'd say, the first time? Because if we did do it, then and now you can see other parts being appearing over here. Well, initially there were some other things. So I'm gonna let's do that. Let's fly Frankfurt am Main. It says the aircraft is missing to launch the event. Well, I can't. It's really nightmare, right? But I'm not gonna restart Flight Simulator, to be honest, because I'm afraid that I would need to start from scratch again, which I don't want to do. Still see only one aircraft, right? I know that several other people are also facing these issues. Yeah. See 113 Gaming is experiencing the same issue. But let's see. Let's go to a part of the world which likely is sleeping already for a very long time. Canberra, right? Here it's even worse, right? You can't even, select it. You can't even select this the departure. It's a nightmare, my friends. It's not the best thing which could have happened for Flight Simulator. Let's move to a different part of the world, right? Let's go to this one. You can see that even though, say, this is breaking, right? So I can't even start a flight with this one. So it's going from bad to even worse, I would say. Let's do it again, right? You can, so the advantage is that there are a lot of helipads, right? But I would say that doesn't really help if you can't fly from them. Because you can do a quick tour about the electronic flight pack, but you really can't set your departure at all. So let's try it in a different time. Let's try it like this. I can't even select anything anymore. I'm not sure if you're experiencing the same thing, but I can't even select, I would say, where I'm departing from anymore. It goes from bad to really, really bad, right? I'm also, let's say, also most considering, let's say, resetting Flight Simulator and then try again. But everybody's experiencing these issues, right? So I would say, although I would say I would almost do it, I'd say I'm probably not gonna do it because then I will say have some nightmares about this. So I see that the number of users who's watching this stream has increased massively, likely due to the fact that nobody, and I say almost, no, I shouldn't say almost nobody, can play Flight Simulator 2020 as we speak, right? It's a complete, would say, almost I would say it's a joke, right? It's, would say, really something really bad. You can see that the loading times before you're in the game, it takes already ages. I see people reporting 30 minutes up to even hours before they can start it. Then once you've joined, you figure out that almost, let's say, a lot of the content is not available. Airports are not available. Aircrafts are not available. Even if you own them, right? You bought them already. Why isn't it possible to simply, say, use it? Then once you're there, you think, okay, hey, let's start with, say, with flying, right? Although you only might have one helicopter, I'd say it still doesn't work, right? In this case, we're gonna try a photo objective, right? Let's see if that one works. As you can see, the wheel is spinning, and the wheel is spinning, and the wheel is spinning. And we'll likely do this for an additional time, right? Because it needs to load all the content. So Larry, in the meantime, has restarted, and he's at 14%, right? So Scott, also welcome to this channel. 2.5 hours to get in and had no aircraft except one. Scott, I'm in the same as you, right? Did you have the helicopter only and reinstalling it? Yeah, you could do it, Scott, but I don't think that it's being caused by something on your local machine, to be honest. Because keep in mind, everything comes from the cloud. There's nothing installed by default. Also, the aircrafts are coming from the cache, which also clarifies why some of the directories are, say, extremely empty. Right? Let me have a look at it, because we're simply waiting for now, right? So nothing happens. Because this is the directory where you will find or expect all the content, right? Which is the local packages, Microsoft Limitless, local cache packages, and then you've got the official store over here. This is where you would expect normally to add to be the cached content. But as you can see, there's no content at all here. This could be expected. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I do expect because everything comes from the cloud. So one thing we've learned is, hey, let's simply cache those aircrafts, because then if this happens again, we don't have to wait that much time. In the meantime, I see Oscar Lobo also asking a question. If you write the code of the airport above, maybe you can fly. What do you mean, Oscar? Can you tell me what you're looking for? In the meantime, right? Let's post a new poll. Let's post a new poll. But first we need to close the old one. So the old one is now closed. Here it comes. Did you already made your first flight. Wait. Here we go. A new poll comes in. Here it goes. Let me know if you were already successful in, let's say, playing Flight Simulator. I see David Rice also mentioned he was, let's say, 97% or 79%, no, 97% already for 2 hours. Yeah. Welcome on the boat, David. I think you're not the only one. I think there are a lot of people. So let's see. So still see a lot of people experiencing issues, right, with that. So fortunately, I'd say there are still some or a lot of issues, right, where you can't simply do things. You can see that loading the flight also takes an enormous amount of time, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward to do this live stream. It's my first live stream, so thanks for all already, I'd say, staying here with me for a very long time. I do really appreciate it. I see people are dropping off, right? I've given up for today. Yeah, I can fully imagine that. I'll say the advance for the people who really want to stay is that, I would say, there's more bandwidth for us, right? So maybe it will go faster for us. See so many people stuck at that 97%, right? Really nightmare. I'm checking also the other things, right? If I can find some more information, but it's kind of pretty hard because there's not a lot of information which you can find, to be honest. So Larry, it took him 25 minutes to come back in to Flight Simulator 2020, right? So he is lucky because he has passed that 97%. At 70%, it's speed up to 52 and then loaded. So Larry, what I'm wondering now is if you've got all the content, because well, I do suspect that in some cases it skips this process and then you're missing a lot of content, just as what I had, right? I simply I'm missing a lot of content. I don't have all the aircraft. I don't have all the airports. Flavio, I see 96% not being able to make their first flight. This will look really bad, right? So 93, maybe some people, I'd say, were able to do that. 6% of the people were able to make their first flight. So let's leave the poll open for some time, right? So let's see how it goes. Maybe because you bought the aviator version. So they're giving people, let's say, more access, earlier access, if they bought a more expensive version. Could be. I don't think it works that way, but maybe. I'm not sure. In the meantime, I'm watching at the loading screen, right? So I don't think a lot will happen, to be honest. See Tech War Doc also making some recommendations. It says, okay, between the 7 to 16%, then it jumps to the 90-ish. Yeah, but it's not always good news. So the thing which I figured out is that if some things are happening, that you might not have all the content, such as all the aircrafts and airports, which I'd say is a bummer, of course. Okay. So loading from same airport, KPHF, 45 seconds with Spinny. So it took only 45 seconds, Larry. Is that, am I understanding that correct? Just wondering. Okay. Well, let me go to the same airport, Larry. Let me go to the same airport. Let me give it a try. was it? KP. Well, also wondering if that if that isn't caused by the fact that would say or is it airport? Typed it in, right? KPHF. Was it? K. Fly now. Let's see. So it looks like Larry made some progress, right? So Larry has tried to restart it and then it made some progress. In my case, it's still loading like crazy. It still doesn't do anything. But of course, I don't want to restart again because I'm really, would say, I don't want to be in the same spot as Larry is, right? Yeah. So I'm also trying it, Larry. But for me, as you can see, it takes a little bit longer. But I'm going to give it a few more seconds / minutes to see if it goes into the flight sim. But could be that because you already made the first flight successfully, that it already cached the content on your local machine, right? Because they're performing some local caching on your machine, which I would say is good for you, but not good for me. So Wayne Dean, stuck for loading the language for the past 2 hours. I'm really sorry for you, Dean, that you need to experience this. But you're not the only one, believe me. There are more people reporting issues with this, which really is not funny. And I think everybody is so disappointed about this. As you can see, for me, it's still loading. But I also don't see a lot, right? So then bang over pelts. So from Microsoft, right? Support update. We are aware of the user report of long initial loading times in Flight Simulator 2024, with so many users initializing initializing the sim concurrently. We have a large and then something. So if you're stuck at 90%, then we do recommend you to reload Flight Simulator. And then waiting to allow it to load until you're, I would say, further right. So I can see Derek made some progress, right? He got into the control configuration. So that's really good. So for me, I'm really almost starting to try it another time. Really simply exit Flight Simulator and then try again. So let me do that, right? Because I'm kind of, say, again, bored about this. And I also want to have more aircrafts. I'm going to go and quit it again. I know that I will disappoint a few people because you might think, hey, why is he doing this? Well, because I simply don't want to wait each time, right? So as we say, Bang Off also mentioned, right? Microsoft is aware of this. You can see that even though, say, quitting it to the desktop takes ages, which I would say is a little bit weird. This is a risk what I'm doing because I know that it will likely, I would say, result in that I have to do it from, I would say, need to go into the package again. 2 out of 2 live videos with the program not working. The other guy, I was stuck at 17% of the installation. Yeah, I already, I would say, was successfully able to install it, right? That was not the issue. And then for Derek, he was in within 10 minutes, so that's really good. So Larry has made some progress right there, so that's good. So in this case, I do not want to wait because it takes too long. So let's see. So we're gonna end it. Don't do it. Don't do it like this. And I will restart it again, right? So that's also what they're recommending to do for Microsoft support. They say, okay, if you're experiencing an issue, then quit it and then try it again. Keep in mind, if you're doing this, it will need to go to that full activation services again. Maybe some people have now said, okay, hey, I'm really, I would say, bored about this. I don't want to try it anymore. I simply, I'm going to try it later today or later tomorrow, which might give some more bandwidth or some more processing power to the rest of the people. You can see that the loading screens, the intros are all working nice, but hey, that's expected because that's, I would say, kind of loaded or cached locally. But then comes the next step, right? In the next step, we need to start, I would say, loading the stuff. It first starts with loading the languages and then activating the services. So let's see how long this takes, right? In worst case, this will take 20 minutes. So if you think and you're watching the stream already for a very long time, then I would say consider taking a coffee break, get something sweets or something, and then come visit us back within 25 minutes. I'm, of course, here to answer any questions. So if you've got any questions, then post them in the comment box or in the chat box for this video, because then we can discuss them, right? We can keep it a little bit more active. Of course, this is also what I say wasn't hoping for. And then I see that I would say some people are reporting that they would say made some progress already. So I'm seeing some more people say are having some more positive feedback, right? So they're now in the customizing the screen option, which is good. Keep restarting until you get in. It took me 2 times to get in, right? That's also what they say. So Derek, here's a tip from Derek. Simply say quit Flight Simulator and then restart it. And then let's see if it loads faster, right? In my case, it's loading for a time. It could also be that could be a negative effect, right? If you quit every time and then restart it. But I will follow Derek's tip. So tip from Derek is over here. If you get issues, quit Flight Simulator, try it again. If it's still slow, quit it, try it again, right? So keep trying it. Maybe you're lucky and you're just in between of, I would say, 1 or 2 people, and you're lucky, and then you can hopefully, I'd say, enjoy Flight Simulator 2024, because it's already out for almost 3 hours. Martin Patterson, he gives up 2 minutes ago after trying since 4 p.m. UK time to get a refund of $130 for loading. His time is unacceptable. Larry says, okay, it loaded faster. First time was 40 minutes. This time it was like 25 minutes. That's also a little bit better. Martin, fully understand you, right? So reach out to Asobo and then see what happens. But also keep in mind that if you might try tomorrow, that it will work faster. I know that that's not the answer you're looking for, especially looking at the amount of memory or money you spend on this. But have a look at it in a few days. Maybe it works a little bit better then. Again, not a good answer, I know, 100% with you. I'm gonna say try the tip from Derek and then restart it, right? And then let's see if it works. So we're already, say, almost there for 3 hours. And the only thing we would have been able to do is install Flight Simulator and then do some other things, right? So we've been able to watch at the interfaces. We tried to do a flight, but that didn't work. So again, here the logos again, and now we'll leave it running for some time before it loads, right? So let's see if that happens. So for those who have just joined, what are the issues which we're hearing from other people around the world, right? Based on the forum, based on the Discord discussions, slow loading times, some packages are not activated. Those are the things which you need to keep in mind. And if you experience that, right, I would say there are 2 things which you can do. You can either wait, because due to the, I would say, number of users which are really, I would say, trying to connect to Flight Simulator 2020, it looks like that the backend is really overloaded as we speak, which results in a lot of delays also when starting the sim. But also once you're in the sim, you will see that if you're trying one of the different modes, it might take a lot of time before it loads. The other things which we're hearing is that it's, let's say, not activating all the packages. For example, I only had the helicopter and not all the other aircrafts, which was a pity. So that's something which you need to keep in mind. I see Derek mentioning, okay, the controls configuration is a lot different from 2024. That's 100% correct, right? Because with Flight Simulator 2024, you have the option to create a per aircraft configuration, which has some advantages. But also, I say I'm still trying to figure out how useful that is. So keep that in mind, that it has definitely changed. And that's also the reason why the Flight Simulator 2020 control configurations haven't been merged into Flight Simulator 2024 because it was too complex as far as I understood. I see Tech Wardog also mentioning states to restart if you're past 90% and should start. Did just that after being on 97% and after restart back to 0%. Guess I got punked. Yeah. See Maurice Cox, 3 hours, 46 minutes. I'm on 94%. Likely, let's say, there's so much attention for this product, right? I'm already for a few minutes on 0%. While initially, when I tried it for the first time, it would say it went pretty well. I do see Larry has also mentioned that he has several aircrafts, right? Not only one, which is good for him. I think on this stream, Larry is the only one who was being able to successfully fly. He has the most expensive version of Flight Simulator. He also made the joke that it likely has to do with that. But hey, I don't think so. So Derek is also trying to do his first flight. So good to see. I see Dan also joined. Welcome, Dan. How many percent are you? Hopefully a little bit higher than 97%. Or than 0%. Yeah, see Reggie Nebula still stuck on that customize identity screen. Still in the overhead map of the airport, right? I think that to be honest, I think since Larry was so Larry, now try a different airport and let us know if it's faster, right? Because I do think that I would say since you tried the same airport, it could be that there's some caching already happening because there's the rolling cache which has been created on your local machine, which will likely clarify why it works for you. So in the meantime, of course, the internet goes completely wild on Asobo and Microsoft why they release this product. I see Derek Taylor is in the cockpit. Ah, you're a lucky man. Which airport are you departing from, Derek? Let us know. In the meantime, I'm stuck at that 0% loading the language, right? Let's say it's really a pity. So for those who joined, or who just joined, right? So you might not be aware, but let's say there is a cool tool now available. And it's available directly from Flight Simulator itself, right? So if you go to flightsimulator.com, you will find the Flight Planner tool. So Derek is, I would say, departing from KSN, San Diego. So which airport or which aircraft are you using? I see also Wayne is also giving up, I would say, for calling it a day. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think more and more people will start doing that. So in my case, I'm going to plan a flight, right? I'm going to do turboprop and then do the Cessna 208B Grand Caravan. And the cool thing is that you can, say, use multiple versions of the aircraft. And depending on this one, I'm going to use the scientific version. And I can select the route. And then I will go to the airport Derek is departing from, right? So San Francisco. So I'm going to go into this mode. And this is where, if you're used to, say, Navigraph, or maybe one of the other planning tools, you will likely, say, recognize this piece, right? Because you can do a lot of things more. Because you can also, say, select flights. You can search for things. So there are now two things which you can do, right? You can find the airport manually, like I'm currently doing. I do think it's KSAN or KSAN San Diego, right? Maybe. Well, let's try it, right? So let's do it like here. Because you can also search in this window. So if you hit KSAN, then it's indeed San Diego. You can go to the airport and that will bring you over here to the airport. You can see that sometimes has some issues because it's not loading, let's say 100% correctly, but here's San Diego. And based on that, you can do a few things, right? You can go directly and say, hey, I want to add a destination, but you can also add an additional departure. But this is departure route, right? And this is the destination. So this is also known as the SID, the Standard Instrumental Departure Route. And if an airport has this, you will be able to select it, right? Because you can see it over here. You can see 27 is green, and then you can select the different, let's say, routes you can fly. The good thing is that if you select it, it will show directly on the map. So in this case, if I select the one a different one, sorry, then you will likely see different things, right? So here you can see the things which are popping over, which is, I would say, really useful, right? Because then you can still use it. Now, let's imagine that you want to fly to a different part of the world. Let's go to San Francisco, right? So let's do that. Not too far, not fly too far, right? Let's do that. We can select the airport over here. Okay, as FSO, right? You can either click on it and then say add to route. And then it will add it. You can say append to route, but you can also set it as a destination if you select the correct item. In my case, you need to select this one and then say add to route as destination. And now it has set up this flight, which is cool. But what about the flight itself? Well, that comes into the route options, because based on this, you can find a lot of information about Flight Simulator itself or about the airport itself. Where you can see the runways, right? The type of runways, the crosswinds, the tailwinds, the service types, but also you can look at the frequencies, for example, departures, the ground, the ATIS, and some area. The good thing is that for all those airports, there are maps available which you can find in the charts option. For example, city 3 AirNav, if you click this button, you will see it over here. That's really cool. The cool thing about adding an airport, a destination airport and a departure airport, it will automatically add all the relevant maps to the kneeboard, which you can find over here, which is really cool and very useful. Now we've added, I would say, both origin and destination. You can click either auto route or you can add the routes manually. In my case, I'm going to select auto route because I don't want to say think of how I should add those points, right? So I'm going to do it like this, and then I'm fine with it. And then I can say, okay, hey, based on what you have, I can use this one, say select, and then we're good to go. And then I see the information about this airport, or sorry, about this route. And I can go to view and payload. And here's something I do expect it's a bug, but I'm not 100% sure about that, because you can see that the view has not been populated. It could be that I missed something here, which I need to do. But I would say I'm not sure about this. It's also not really, say, clear from the manual. And that's probably something I would need to figure out, right? Oh, here's the average view burn. So here you can perform some additional steps. So let's say 10. I'm not putting it in. Oh, that's the part. So for those who paid attention or who did not pay attention, including myself, what you need to do is in the performance options, you can go to the average fuel consumed by the aircraft over the entire flight, including the all the stuff, right? So where do you get that information from? Well, if you press the I from India, you will have that information here. I would have expected it to be here. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of information here. So in my case, I simply added it by going to the performance options and then typing in the values over here. I do expect that they will soon release an update where they would do this automatically. But let's see, I would say, how that works, right? So the average fuel burn rate, in this case, 10 gallons per hour. I'm not sure if it's really realistic for this aircraft, to be honest. But that could be, I would say, something which you could try over. And then you will see that the fuel and payload will be populated. Would have been easier if they would automatically populate this, right? On the payload, you can set the payload, you can randomize it, you can reset it. Depending on what you want, you can set the passengers, the cargo, and if you're changing this, you will also see that it changes the baggage weight, for example. And that's it, right? So enough talked about this briefing or fuel and payload. Going to the briefing, where it will show you some hints. And if you would hover over those items, you will be able to figure out those items yourself, right? The view, etc. So I see Derek, he's on autopilot. Any questions about the sim? Yeah, can you make sure that it also loads for us so we can also try it ourselves? Because for me, it's still stuck at 0%. So what are the issues you're having with your controller, Derek? Maybe we should ask you to see if we can help you. So for now, I'm going to quit Flight Simulator again and then give it another try, because seriously, it's using a lot of resources and nothing happens. So let's see if I can join it, and let's see if we can start a little bit quicker. Yeah, Larry says, okay, hey, he has figured out that he needs to set up his loading screen. That's correct. You need to reset up your loading, or yeah, sorry, your controls to, if you're used to use different controls in Flight Simulator 2020, you might need to readjust them. So Larry, which controller are you using? Just asking. So Derek says that the performance is good. Well, that's good news. So the good news is it takes ages before you're in, but once you're flying, according to Derek, but also to Larry, it should have improved a lot, right? So in the meantime, I've restarted it. Oh. So based on this, now they changed the complete view. So what they're now showing you is a login queue. Too many users are trying to connect at the same time. You're in the queue, please wait a few minutes or try again later. So from disaster, it likely becomes an even bigger disaster because they now have put in a queue where you will be in. And I would say based on that, you will be there for a while until they will allow you to log in again. So it looks like some measurements have been taken into place to make sure that people are, let's say, able to log in the first time. This is something where I would say, based on this, I do suspect that I would say that it's 100% a server-side issue, right? So I'd say keep that in mind. So some additional content, right? So there's some more information on the FAQ on flightsimulator.com. Let me show it while we're waiting, because you can wait while I'm in the queue, but that doesn't make any sense. So if you go to flightsimulator.com, there's now a generic post about the top known issues. Here it says, okay, hey, additional content not showing up. If you purchase an edition older than standard, your content won't be available to use the first launch. Workaround, close the game and launch it again. Yeah. Thank you, my friends. This has resulted in a lot of people are now in that nice login queue from you. Then stream, you can't sign in because the mouse pointer doesn't work. Workaround, please use the tab key to go to the enter email and password fields and then sign in. But these are only just a few issues, right? Let me see. So this is the screen I'm currently seeing, right? So I'm waiting here. Too many users are in the queue. Really, really bad. So let's see. So what are the other things people are reporting? So Larry says that the controllers won't be saved. So all the customization which you make are being undone. Really bad. Then Wingtips World, I downloaded in an hour, it was in the game, on runway setting up controls, then the game crashed, and then he was stuck at 97%. And then Derek is just flying around, right? So Derek is currently the only person who is, I would say, enjoying Flight Simulator, which is in this queue, or in this, I would say, live stream, which is really, I would say, again, a pity. I do really hope that they will say that it will soon be, I would say, resolved. So I can do two things, right? I can quit this one and then try again. But I'm worried that if I'm in a queue currently, I will be back in the queue starting from scratch. And that's, of course, not something I want. But maybe I should do it. Maybe I should try it and then see if I'm lucky that I will be allowed. So while we're talking, we're almost 3 hours in the stream. And I didn't fly any minute. Come on. Come on. Fix it. So frustrated. So let's try it one. I'm going to try it one more time, right? I'm going to say if I need to go back in line again, I would say that's what it is. And if that's the case, right, that's, I would say, pretty fine for me. So it's launching the game again. There still are a lot of issues. So if you're joining this video, right, there are a lot of issues. Also, Asobo Microsoft have I would say, admitted that are issues because of the heavy user load which is being caused. They now implemented some kind of, let's say, mitigation, which will put people in a queue, likely to, say, kind of catch up with all the things which are going on. So previously you were, I would say, stuck in a loading screen. Now you will get a different screen, just like this one. So it says login queue, too many users are trying to connect at the same time. And it will be there for, let's say, I'm not sure how many time. If you're in a queue, then it could wait a few minutes or try again later. Based on the responses also on the chat here, I can see that, I would say, people are also, let's say, waiting. As I see, Captain Leo said, I want to do a small stream too. Lol, this still in the queue. And I only got 17% last time. How far did you all get? Well, I was in the game, or at least in the simulator. But then after that, I would say nothing worked, right? I was missing a lot of things. And that's, I would say, really pity. This is also small, I'd say, small live stream, right? I didn't, would say, do a lot of live streams like this. And unfortunately, I was say it goes like this, right? I was hoping that I could show everyone how good it was, how nice it was, etc. And I would say we're all stuck in this same issue, or at least most of us have. And see, I may have heard us asking how long should I be in that 97% queue. Well, that's a question which only Microsoft can answer, right? We don't know. Because it could have, I would say, we're not sure how big that server load is. It looks like it's pretty big because they now implemented a new, between brackets, solution to prevent the servers are being overloaded. But hey, I won't doubt. The question, of course, is how long are we going to wait? Because I don't want to get all of you stuck in this queue watching my login queue. Captain Leo, I'm using the Velocity 1 joystick, right? So that one has a default profile as far as I figured out based on the installation. And I see Raggy Nebula is also stuck on the same screen as I, right? So we're both stuck in the login queue. That's been pretty smart from them to not add numbers, right? Because it adds some more server load even, because they need to calculate this continuously. Or maybe the queues are that big that they simply, would say, decided not to, would say, not to show it. I see on my hard DOS. I think there is, yeah, if you go to the FAQ of flightsimulator.com, there's, I would say, there's an official reaction to that. That the load is simply too high, that they can't cope with the load. While we're talking on the internet, there are jokes being made about this low login queue, right? They say, "Hey, login queue, what is it?" Oh. They're making such a lot of fun jokes about it. So it looks like I would say out of that queue, right? It has now started loading again. It still says 0% loading, but at least I made some progress. So if you're in that login queue, then wait for some minutes between brackets. And then it will put you into that next phase where you're still stuck at that 0%. Yeah, and Reggie, he had some issues with the issues, right? So with the identity screen. Yeah, I also had that. So the one which Derek is using, right? The T16000 TCWS. I also had it without the rudders. I switched to the Velocity 1. So what are other streamers saying, right? Reg is still in the queue. And then I see someone reporting that he crashed. Well, hopefully the game crashed and not your aircraft crashed, because keep in mind that the damage model has completely changed, right? then I see some people say, yeah, we're all in the same boat, right? So it's not a good release, I would say, both for Microsoft and Asobo, right? It's, I would say, really bad press for both of them. So if you're at a very high percentage, 97%, you can do two things. You can wait or you can restart. In some case, they say, or let's say based on an earlier chat, which someone posted, that Microsoft recommended them to restart Flight Simulator. But keep in mind that will result in that you will be placed in a login queue. That login queue might take a few minutes, but also might take longer. In my case, it took a few minutes. And then based on that, I would say I'm now in a 0% queue already for a longer time. My friends, I've got a new error message. We've detected an issue with one or more essential services making Flight Simulator currently inaccessible. And then it says the only option you have is, okay, attempting to connect to the service. So it looks like that the solution they implemented have resulted in only, I would say, worse things from happening. Yeah, that's the same thing I have, Captain Leo. I see that you are also having the issue. This is so not funny. And then Manny says, okay, don't restart. Yeah. Kieran also says it's not happening today. No, I'm also having, I would say, my doubts if this will work. But this is really not funny, right? So it's, let's say, kind of, let's say, timing out as we speak. And I would say I'm really doubting if I should quit to the desktop because there are servers detect an issue. So it looks like that some servers are really overwhelmed massively by all those requests which are coming in. And then I really think, okay, but hey, my friends, during the alpha testing, shouldn't you have seen this behavior already? Because during the alpha, it was working all pretty smoothly, no issues. Or didn't they simply test with enough, I would say, capacity, right? And not enough users. So in this case, again. So Senior Loco also is on 16%. Well, at least you're on 16% because we're on a far worst, I would say, space than you. So let's see. I'm gonna press escape again. Gonna try it one more time. My friends, this is really not funny, right? We're already in this for a few hours now. Yeah, so Captain Leo got errors. He was placed in a logon queue and then was erroring out. See, Raggy also was in the queue. So here we go again. So I'm in that queue again. For the, I'm not sure how many times. Yeah, so there are some questions now are being popped in the chat, right? So what happens during the weekends? Because most people are playing in the evening hours. And then I would say, well, what happens then, right? Because then likely the servers are also overloaded. Then Reki says he's playing through the Xbox app. I think most of us are, right? You can start it from anywhere, right? I see George Stan. He's in the same screen as me, yeah. We're in the, I would say, login queue, right? Aviation Gear with Cold is a great release. Yeah. With Dream Wreck is great. Then I think Derek is the only one which is, would say, is happy, right? Because he's really playing. So he's already, say, did a flight. Senior Loco is went up to 17%. At least I do think that this percentage, which is good. I'm still wondering, right? This was like this on... Oh, I think Flight Simulator 2020, I'm not agreeing with Reggie, right? Flight Simulator 2020 was, I would say, pretty stable, because at least it worked for me pretty stable. Yes, it spent hours downloading content, but I would say downloading content, or I'd say looking at this, I would say I would prefer downloading the content, to be honest. And C3PO, yeah, I restarted it just to see, okay, what happens, right? I would say simply restart it, but now I'm back in the login queue again to see what's going on. But yeah, let's see what happens, right? So, Wingtips World. He really showed that I spent some serious money, right, on all new flight gear and took today off to sit here. Yeah. Similar thing for me, Wingtips World also took off for today. Then I figured out it would be available at the end of the day. So I did have some time, say, figuring some other things out. But now I'm here, right? Stuck with all of you, but to be honest, I really like it, right? Really, let's say, seeing your feedback, seeing some other stuff. I see Derek is missing his helicopters. So also Derek is missing some content. But let's see. So the advantage of Flight Sim 2024 is that the download went really fast. At least for me, 12 gigs within a few minutes. No problem. And now I see that Mr. Loco, he has went to the 89%. Oh, congratulations. Jeremy Spokane, any official statement from Microsoft? Yeah, I think look at their official FAQ, or at their known issue list where they are reporting some issues. And if you look at the screens, you can also probably see that there are, let's say, there were some issues, right? C3PO, this is the message in Dutch. Yeah, we will definitely sit there for a few hours. So one of the things which you will find likely on the Discord servers is, I would say, that it becomes a little bit more silent now. Although there are a lot of, let's say, people complaining that it doesn't work, etc. But hey, likely if you do that, right, Asobo already knows that it doesn't work, right? So it knows it already. It's stuck in the login queue. You can post message about it, but hey, come on, my friends. They also know that they would say should have done better. Let's keep it that way, right? Keep in mind that I would say I'm not talking anything good, right? Because I think it's, well, they should have done better again. But likely I would say they didn't test, say, correctly enough. I'm still in that queue, right? I see also if you're joining this channel, joining this whole chat, there were people who were able to access it, but then eventually they want to, or at least they only had a few aircrafts. For example, I only had the helicopter, right? While other people had some more aircrafts. Yeah. I'm wondering, right? Because I would say there are a lot of people which, let's say, I would say a lot of you are now joining this live stream who are experiencing the issue, and a lot of other people also complaining on the internet that there are issues, but likely there are also some people who can fly, right? For example, I'd say our friend Derek, he was already able to fly. I think also there was, I would say, I didn't see Larry. Larry is also, I'd say, flying already for a long time. I see also some people dropping off, right? Not trying it anymore. Here, Derek is flying the Charlie 172. Good luck, Derek. You're the lucky man. We're still in that queue. Larry's flying in VR. I didn't feel like screwing up the controls for flat screen so far, so good. So Larry, let us know which kind of VR set are you using, right? Any tips? which device we should consider to buy, because let's say there are a lot of good stuff, but they're also not all very, let's say, cheap. Also, some of them are crazy expensive. So which device are you using? Let us know, because we're really wondering. And then Ruggy, yeah, I know, yeah, right, you didn't have time to pause the, I would say, loading screen, right? So that's unfortunate for you. That's really bad. So with that, right, I'm still stuck in that login queue already for a very long time. How about you? Who's also stuck in that login queue? Anybody lucky to bypass it? I see Senior Loco, did you already made some improvements? Yeah, banked overpels also was in that same thing as you were, right? I also had the same issue. I was in the queue, then it was progressing, but then it stopped. Reverb, G2. Okay, nice. Nice. Doric is checking the graphics, right? So then I see Reggie has made some progress. He's now in the screen past the login screen at 0%. And then it says server issue detected. Yeah. I'm also a little bit afraid that we will, let's say, have this issue here, right? But let's see. Still waiting. So thinking of things, right? Anybody wants to do, I'm trying to uninstall and reinstall. Well, you can do it, Captain Leo, but it will likely not fix the issue because, again, server side issue, reinstalling. Well, I hope you will be, I would say, having success reinstalling it. So Aviator FX, he has joined the crew of people who are successfully able to start Flight Simulator, right? Flight Simulator. But this is stuck at 0%. Yeah, the loading. Oh, if you're loading on the language, then it takes several. Then it takes a lot more time. So, with that said, right, let's go back to this one. I know that you don't want to see this a lot, right? But I would say let's go to it. Let's go to the known issues. If there are any new known issues for this video or for this, I would say, product. It's even, I would say, a miracle that their website still works, right? There's not a lot of information over here, right? So if you go to the community and go to the forums, you will see some information, but also not a lot, to be honest. So if you go to the discussion hub, well, likely everybody will start to complain in a general discussion one. It says, okay, does it work for anyone, right? Did take restart for 2 hours. So a lot of things, right? Not too good. And my says, okay, if I move to the VPN and use service in Japan, will that resolve the issue? I'm not sure. Techno GLS, he's using the Game Pass. Very smart option. But I think the majority of us paid serious amount of money for it, right? Because they want to have those additional aircrafts. I see Aviator X also, he stopped, right? Because he said, okay, it's 1 a.m. Then I can imagine. Captain Leo says that his delayed Asobo limited collector's edition kit will arrive earlier. Yeah, if it continues to go like this, then you're probably right, Captain Leo. So let's see, right? It's pretty nice. Yeah, so wingtips, he's also mentioned, right, that He only had one aircraft available when he tried it, when he was in the first time. That's also what I had. Tech support 001, please play 2020. So you want me to fly in Flight Simulator 2020, tech support 001? And I see your messages, you already posted 4 times, so... So let's see, right, my friends? It takes ages, right? Currently, I'm still in the login queue. And I'm really reconsidering myself after almost 3.5 hours if I should continue with this. Because likely, I would say we won't be able to win. Okay, he says, okay, tech support 01 plate was loading. We can do that, but I'm not sure, I would say, how smart it is to do that. Because I'm not sure if that will also break this Flight Simulator 2020. You uninstalled it? Yeah. So something which you shouldn't do is remove Flight Simulator 2020, right? And the reason for this is because you are seeing it as we speak, right? If you're, I would say, really someone who's, say, spending, I would say, a lot of time on playing Flight Simulator, then I would say moving away from Flight Simulator 2022 or 2020 wouldn't be, I would say, smart. Captain Leo. Yeah, you will call me. Yeah, but then I need to post my phone number somewhere, right? And then I would say I'm not gonna do it. So I can play as, of course, we can start Flight Simulator 2020, right? So, but hey, that's something we can do. Let's do it. Let's see if they work in parallel, right? If now something happens, then it really goes, let's say, crazy. Maybe I say, did anybody try to play Flight Simulator 2020? Maybe I would say it also has been down now. But let's see. So for those who just joined, right, what we agreed on that we're going to switch to Flight Simulator 2020 because of the 2024 really didn't work. So you can see the Asobo logos. And then I see, I would say, tech support. Yes, bro, finally I'm subscribing. Bro, welcome to my channel. I'm still looking for more subscribers, right? I would say if you're looking for more people which would like to have some nice things. And if you're looking for some new videos about Flight Simulator 2024, but also 2020, then feel free to join my channel because I'm posting videos on a regular basis. At least I'm trying to, right? While we're waiting for Flight Simulator 2024 to load, as you can see, we're now jumping to Flight Simulator 2020, which will make all the sounds going weird. So I'm gonna pause the sound for the game because you likely don't want to hear everything because you will get crazy about that. So I'm pausing the music for that one, right? So don't think that you're missing something because I would say you're still good to go. Let me quickly go to the channel and no, it's muted, so that's good. This is my OBS, right? So this is the software I'm using. As you can see, I would say I'm still stuck in that queue for Flight Simulator 2024, right? There were too many users. You can see that Flight Simulator 2024, it works. And then there were some issues with the FSLTL, but I'm simply going to close it because I don't care at this moment. FSLTL, right? It's a really cool tool which adds some AI functionality for you as a user, where you can, let's say, have some more realistic flights being added. But I would say be careful with Flight Simulator 2024. And the reason I'm saying that is that it, let's say, doesn't work well with Flight Simulator 2024. I'm seeing that people have said, hey, we removed Flight Simulator 2020. Do I still have it in my library? You likely should have, right? So let me quickly show it. But it sometimes really depends. So if you're lucky, like I am, you know, and I call myself lucky because I do have, say, some nice subscription with the Xbox, right? So I can also play it on the Xbox. That's something, of course, which I could have also tried for Flight Simulator 2024, right? So cloud gaming is only supported for one account, right? So ready. Let's say, okay. That's also something we, of course, could try, right? Try to start it also here. But I'm not sure if that will work. This one is still stuck in stuck state. Well, I can try it, of course. Let's do it. Maybe this cloud gaming works better, right? So let's see if that works. So now started 3 versions, right? So for those who just, let's say, spend some time, right? So this is the Xbox version. Hopefully you can see it, right? Because it's something which I can't see from my end. But this is the Flight Simulator 2024 on the Stream platform. So let's see if this one would say allows me to quickly log in. I'm not sure. No, you see, it's the same issue. It also says, okay, you're in the queue, and I don't want to be in a queue multiple times. So I'm gonna say quit game over here. But that could also be a thing. If you're removed Flight Simulator 2020, you could go to the xbox.com/play, and then you can play it from here, right? Then you don't need to reinstall it completely. Might save you a lot of time. In the meantime, I do see that there is some progress. It locked me out here, right? So that's crap, because then now I've been back to the queue, right? Shouldn't have done that. So which Microsoft Flight Simulator mods are ready to use with Flight Simulator 2024? Or is there any list of mods? I would say yes, there is. If you look at my channel, there's a video where I posted something about, okay, what's supported vs what's not supported. However, I would say there are some things which you need to keep in mind about that. So for those who are watching, right, we decided to just play Flight Simulator 2024 because of, I would say, so let me change the resolution here. Okay, here we go. Keep changes, apply and save. Because for most of us, we were stuck in that screen for Flight Simulator 2024. This one where we were stuck at the login screen, right? So for now, we're gonna do some stuff in Flight Simulator 2020, sorry. So what are the things which you would like me to have a look at? Where should we fly? Should we simply try a discovery flight or something else? Let me know via the comments in this video or in this in chat, and then we'll have a look. Tech support 001 challenging you. What do you want me to show you? Where do you want to fly to with Flight Simulator 2020? Then I will give you a few minutes to decide, right? And then we will jump into Flight Simulator 2020 as we speak. Currently seeing a lot of activity, right? I see that some people were lucky enough to start it. So I'm waiting for tech support 001. What do you want me to do with Flight Simulator 2020? Because that one works, right? There's not a lot of dependencies on that one for the internet, as it looks like. So let's see. Let me ask directly via the chat because it might go faster. So who already paused the queue? Is there already someone who paused that queue? Because it takes ages to pause the queue. I'm gonna wait for confirmation from, let's say, tech support 001. If he doesn't, let's say, give me an answer, then I will likely quit it. I do see that Reggie also says, okay, I'm gonna wait till the flight simulator login queue because it's still being shown as, I would say, it's loading. Yeah. Fully understand that, Reggie. You're still in that queue, yeah. So let me quit Flight Simulator 2020, right? Because we don't want to use that. Because we're here for Flight Simulator 2024. As you can see, I'm still in that login queue, right? There are too many users who are trying to connect at the same time. So likely we need to wait for a very long time for it to be available again. Because I would say I'm doubting that it will start working today. So for those who are, I would say, just joined, right? This is a flight planner tool, which you can find on planet.flightsimulator.com, where you can plan your flights. And keep in mind, there are some things which you need to be aware of, especially if you look at the performance options, where you need to populate your average fuel burn. It's kind of hard to figure out what it is, right? Because there's not a lot of information about these aircrafts, as you can see. It only says, okay, it's a turboprop. Um, and then we've got the range and we've got this other information. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information about, let's say, for example, the fuel usage. Also, I would have expected that there would be, I would say, kind of a picture over here. So I'm staying here in the login queue, right? So let's see, right? So I will keep it as is now. Still trying to figure out what are we going to do in the meantime. Because as everybody thought, I would say, just like me, was hoping that this would simply work, right? Simply start Flight Simulator, download the content, which I would say, which went pretty fast. And after that, we were at a kind of, I would say, in stuck state again, which really didn't help, right? So it does make sense. Also looking at other people. So the login screen. Who has bypassed this login screen? Not every, no, I would say I'm pretty sure not everyone did, but this is really nightmare. Or Knan, I would say, yeah, well, you can buy it, but then you can't play it because you don't have access to it. So I would say wait for another day, at least, maybe even wait until the weekend and then try again. In the meantime, I think it's ready for a small break, at least on my end. So I will show you, say, kind of a video which I created. It's a Flight Simulator promo, right? But also, let's have a look at it. So see you back in, well, let's say, what is it? 1 minute, a little bit more. And then I hope to see you back. So that was the promo video. At least the promo video was something which I created, let's say prior to the release, right? So, and that I would say that was part on the beta version, and it worked, would say, kind of good. That one worked better than I have. So, is there an offline mode? I would say I think that I would say I read somewhere, at least it gave me the option to select that I've got the offline mode, but I'm not 100% sure about if the offline mode is available. Larry. So now it also has broken for you, as it looks like. So it looks like that services, so that they implement something which is simply holding back everyone from, let's say, joining, right? And that's really bad. As far as I understood, there's no offline mode, although there might be some caching options available. But I'd say seeing this, I really doubt if those caching options are working really efficient. But let's see. See, a lot of people are having issues with the queues, right? So let me see if there's already any news from Microsoft itself, right? Let's see if they posted something. Maybe they posted something on X, right? Let's see. Let's see if I can find something. So, MSFS. Support. Let's see what they're saying on the support side. So they are aware that you are missing aircrafts. This is related to server issues we're currently working on to resolve. They're also working on the long initial loading times. They've got a large number of server requests. We are working to help resolve the issues as soon as possible. But that's the only thing which they mention, right? So not something which is really interesting, I would say, for all of us, because it really doesn't help, to be honest. And then Chef Wagayu, he says, okay, hey, I would love to have, I would say, an offline version. Yeah. Maybe I would say due to this, I would say, nightmare scenario which happened, right? They also are considering, let's say, adding that. I'm not sure, right? This is also, I would say, big learning, because I would say they, as you heard during multiple developer webcasts, they've changed to a complete new architecture, and that complete new architecture has a huge dependency on the internet. And to be honest, the first time I heard it, I was already thinking, okay, hey guys, is this really something smart to do? Because I do think that you will, let's say, still create some really bad issues with it. I do also see people reporting here on the chat, right? So it's the worst game launch ever. Yeah. I would say, I think everybody should scratch their head and see, okay, hey, what are we going to do, right? Because this is what I say, this really does make any sense. In the meantime, right, I've see a lot of people who are there already from the first minute. Really thanks for joining this channel and staying connected. Although I would say I wasn't able to show you that much, or at least not that much, what I would really love to show you, right? Because I was really looking forward to show you, hey, What is Flight Simulator? What can you do with it? And also, based on your questions, play some nice missions, do some photogrammetry, say, or some photo missions, etc. But it looks like that they completely screwed up this whole thing. So Daniel Knight 14, how do you fix this problem and issue? Well, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about this, Daniel. As mentioned already, Asobo and Microsoft are working on this because they've got their servers are overloaded with requests. I do think it's also being caused by people simply stop it and then simply starting it again, and then stopping and then starting it again, which of course results in enormous amount of logons, which I would say. So, but if you would, I would say, if you're a developer and you would have, I would say, created a good client server application, then you would expect that those requests also will be cancelled in a certain time. So Beyond 50 Gamer here says there's no offline mode, right? And that's also what they mentioned, right? How long do you think you will wait? That's a very good question. I'm still, I'd say, puzzling around or thinking of it, because I also do want to keep this interaction here in this chat, right? And also want to, keep chatting with all of you, because I do think I like it. So again, server-side issues, nothing you can do about. Reinstalled. So tech support has reinstalled it, but I doubt that it will resolve the issue. Daniel Knight 40, yes, they're, according to their official blogs, they're working on something. And as Larry also mentioned correctly, it looks like that they underestimated the demand, right? I would say they made it part both of the Game Pass, as well as, I would say, they made it available for other people, which resulted, of course, in a massive amount, right? I looked it up, right? The number of Xbox Game Pass users around the world is a lot, right? So imagine that those people will join, and then the rest of the flight simulators will join, which are also a lot, as you heard York telling out in one of the blog posts, right? Or one of the developer calls, sorry. So I do think that that's what they has caused a tremendous load on their servers, which they simply couldn't handle. George, anything? I see that tech support 001 is, I would say, stuck in the queue, right? Well, too bad for you. But we already warned you about this, right? So don't leave, or at least you can reinstall Flight Simulator 2024, but it will not resolve the queuing issue because it's a server-side issue on the Microsoft end. Server-side, that's really bad. The download time. I'm not sure. I think somebody was on Steam, but I'm not sure how long the download time was, to be honest. For me, it worked. I would say it downloaded within 10 minutes or something, really quick. Yeah, Racing Bros says, okay, hey, the games, I would say, is released earlier. Well, is that the case? I'm really doubting, right? They kind of had the alpha testing. I was really surprised that there were not many other people, not many other testing scenes available, like a beta version, because they only, would say, well, not only, they only did some stress testing on during that alpha testing, right? Nothing more than that. So I think I would say there's a mix of people here, right? Both in the US, but also in EMEA. I'm also based in EMEA, but I would say it looks like servers on both ends are really hammered. I'm also not sure. I would say I do expect that it's similar, I would say, regions as they had with Flight Simulator 2020, right? Also some servers in EMEA. A lot of people are in that login queue. It's no MSFS, no Flight Simulator, but flying around in GTA for the time being. Yeah, correct. It's in the login queue, right? Tagged Wardog. So let's see, right? See, number of users who are watching the stream is also dropping a bit. So really need to consider if I will continue, right? Because we're only looking at this login queue, which is not adding a lot of value for anyone. At least that's my point. So let's see if we can find some more information about this, I would say, whole thing about a flight simulator, right? So let's see if they already updated the blog around it. Again, I don't expect it, to be honest, because it's the Xbox. It's the backwards compatibility and then the additional content which is not. And then they say, okay, hey, now they say that they are working on something, right? So let's see. So they changed the messaging here a bit. Other than that, of course, we've got that community blog. The community blog contains the forums. And then in that one, you will have the discussion hub. You will have the user support hub, the bug reporting hub, the alpha beta testing hub, and then, of course, the archives. They already moved Flight Simulator 2024 to the archives. Not sure if that's a really good idea, but if we go to the Flight Simulator 2024, we do find some information over here. If we look at the tips on troubleshooting, there's also not a lot of information here, right? It's all based on the old content for Flight Simulator 2020. 2020. And other than that, there's really nothing about other things which are working / not working. Daniel Knight, are you just going to give it up? Well, what else should I do? If you've got any other tips, then I would say love to hear from you. Of course, I could try it, and I could consider continuing to wait until it works. But to be honest, I'm really wondering how long it will take. I do think that if I would stop now and would redo something tomorrow during the immediate daytime hours, it will work much better because then there are likely less users trying it out. You can see that also this one, right? It has so many views already, so many reactions. Titanic Simulator 2024, it's already been called out. You can see that I would say not a lot of people are happy with it. So they say, okay, hey, put it on a download, crashed. Can Simulator is far from being finished product, let alone that was promised, right? Marketplace not available. So a lot of complaints about this, right? So let's see. What are other things? Larry's gonna be Daredevil. He's gonna try it without internet connection. I would doubt if it works, but Larry, let us know. But I would doubt it. Also say, York should say something. Yeah. But I think they are in a lot of meetings where they're gonna try to see how they can fix the issue. To be honest, so although I agree that they should come up with a reaction, I don't think that they will come up with a reaction soonish. To be honest, because I doubt. So I decided to simply quit Flight Simulator 2024 and then give it one more try. Right? You can also see that it's consuming some serious amount of resources for some reason, which is kind of weird because why? Because it doesn't do anything. So start it again, right? Syncing the data, launching the game. Here we go again, my friends. I'm not sure how many times I already tried this, but I hope that it will work. In the meantime, we're almost 4 hours live. 4 hours live, my first live stream. I hope you liked it. If you liked it, then hit that like button because I really look, I would say, for some feedback on how I can improve this stream. Also, what I like is, okay, if you do think that this really adds some value to the channel, I'm really planning to do this more, right? Because I love the live interaction, but also showing you what does work, what does not work. Well, in this case, it's more what does not work than what works. But hey, that's another thing, right? So let me know via the, I would say, reactions in the channel. to let me know if what you think is a good idea. Should we, I would say, should I organize more live streams, or do you like or do you prefer to watch the recorded videos? So Daniel Knight, 14, what are you going to do? Well, I just started Flight Simulator again, Daniel Knight. I see Elba. He was one of the lucky people who joined or who was in Flight Simulator, but then was removed. Which also means that they're likely restarting some services on the back end, right? Because else you might not be kicked out, but that's, I would say, how it goes. So Larry, thanks. Good luck with Flight Simulator. I'm gonna try it for the last time. And if it doesn't work, I will likely also stop. Like many of you, we're gonna give Asobo some hours back, some sessions back. So I would say let's give it a few minutes, right? Let's try to do it until the top of the hour. Then we're 4 hours live, doing a live stream. If then it doesn't work, then I'm gonna call it a day for now. Because then I don't expect it to be working within the coming hours. Then I will try tomorrow. So what I will do, I will simply set up a new session for this. Tomorrow, I need to think about the time, but I will let you know. So keep an eye on my channel. Keep also an eye on the community posts, which I'm posting on a regular basis, especially today. I've posted so many times. And I'm gonna try to find a more pattern in that, getting some more feedback, getting some more, say, information out. And then let's see, right? So see, Daniel Knight, are you already in the game or not? Likely not, right? Because it simply is a nightmare. So I can see that I would say we're still in the queue, right? So let's switch to the view of the 40 minutes in the queue. Here also see some people being attacked, right? That's not the case, right? So we should also remain friendly to each other. Do they? Daniel Knight, I really don't have any clue, right? I'm not working, I would say, for them, so I can't make any statements on that. I would have hoped that they would have, I would say, that they were working on it. And I do think that that they are feeling really bad for this, right? They also probably would have, let's say, not wanting this to be happening. But hey, it happened, right? And again, we can also, let's say, be not happy, right? And I'm fully understanding that. I'm also not really happy because I would have loved to show you more in this, I would say, in this whole Flight Simulator content, in this Flight Simulator 2024. But I'd say, hey, it's not really good, but I can't also resolve it. I do think that they're still working on it, right? Because you can see also a lot of forum posts about, hey, they rebooted, then they were stuck in the screen, then they couldn't load and sync the data. It's also poor, then stuck at 0%. As told you, we should have stress test, but nobody listened. Yeah, I would say I'm up fully with that answer, right? They should have stress tested this far more than they would do. And I hope that for the next time, they will really listen to the community, right? Because they say they make it for the community, but then also listen to the community, right? Because that makes sense. So I see some other people are posting some about their YouTube. So if you want, you can post my URL here, right? So that you can also watch them. But to be honest, let's have a look, right? Because I think it's still in the, it made some progress. Hey, we've made some progress. We're at the 0% screen. So we've made some progress over here. So I'm replying to Daniel, right? So they say that they are actively working on it. So we're here, right? So in the meantime, right? So there's also, say, let's see if Aaron Reigns made some progress, right? So let's see if he, well, he is more lucky, right? He is also has access to it. So that's good for him. And then we've got the other people, right? Raptor. And we need to watch some advertisements first, like you might need to do for mine, right? He's also here, right? So he also has now access to it. So I would say, let's see, maybe we're back at this one. We're back at square one, right? So we detect an issue with one or more essential services, right? This really doesn't help. So with that, we're almost at the top of the 4 hours. First of all, I want to thank all of you who stayed on the stream for a very long time. It was, I would say, very nice of you for joining me in this complete nightmare with Flight Simulator 2020, 2024, I should say. With that said, right, again, thanks for watching this one. I really like the support. If you would say are watching this video afterwards, you might think, okay, hey, we could have improved this, and this. Yeah, 100% agree with it. But hey, there's a lot of dependency, right? There was a risk which I was aware of that Asobo and Microsoft, I would say, didn't fix or didn't have everything in place, which could, I would say, made this really useful. Because if we would have access to it, then we could have, I would say, shown a lot of things, right? I see Tex Wardog, see you next stream. Yeah, thanks Tex Wardog, thanks for your support. Definitely I'm considering to, let's say, to start new streaming. So keep an eye on my channel because likely I will start doing something tomorrow because yeah, I couldn't do much today, right? So I'm gonna play Flight Simulator 2024 tomorrow. And I see that Daniel Knights, are you loading now? I'll say it stopped with the server error, right? Let me see. If I'm gonna do a stream tonight, well, my friend, it's 9 o'clock in the evening already here, so I'm not sure. I will do a stream, but then it will likely be late hours for you in the evening. So again, thanks for watching this one, everybody. I really like to do it, and again, keep an eye on my channel because I'm gonna do a live stream tomorrow, definitely. Promised, hereby I promise to all of you that I will start doing a live stream tomorrow again. Hopefully that one will be better because likely Asobo then has hopefully fixed those issues. If they didn't do, I might cancel the stream because I don't want to create a same stream as I currently do because I can't show you a lot. I'm getting a sign in now. So Reggie, are you in already or not? Just asking. Because for me it stopped quickly after that. So here ends the stream. Again, thanks for watching this one. I hope you liked it. If you liked it, then consider rejoining the stream tomorrow because we're going to do some new live streaming. Thanks again for all your support, and I wish you a nice remaining of the day, I would say. But hey, if you're waiting to play Flight Simulator, then good luck with that.